So hello everyone, this is AetherNightmare. Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. It's been a little while, sorry about that. So, last time we finished off the Hildebrand quests. I'm still doing some job quests on my own in the background. So those will still be getting updated in their own time, but I'll probably interweave them between the MSQ because we're running out of time before the new patch comes out, I want to say in July, which means I pretty much have until July to finish A Realm Reborn because I want to finish this before the graphics patch comes out. No idea what it's going to make my character look like because I haven't done the benchmarks yet, especially since Square themselves have come out and say they're going to like tweak the benchmark anyway, so I might as well wait rather than putting myself into a tizzy over stuff that may not exist, and quite frankly, it can't be as bad as whatever the hell Pokemon Go did, fingers crossed. So, even my mom hates that update. She doesn't even play games, and she's like, why am I so ugly? But anyway, let us go into the journal. And I can also work on this other stuff in my own time, too. Where is... It's probably back at Minophilia's place. Let's go to the Scions. Vesper Bay. Gold Saucer ticket. Redeem for one free play at any Vanderbilt sold Gold Saucer camp. Oh, okay. Oh my god, my inventory. I didn't... Oh god. Please hold. I haven't been here in a while. So I totally forgot to, clean up my inventory. Please, hold. Please hold. Room is a mess. This is the equivalent of, like, inviting somebody over and then remembering that you haven't cleaned your room in, like, fucking forever. Some of these I'm still working on because I'm trying to get certain achievements in the background, so I need the materials for, like, the alchemy and stuff. Ignore me. This needs to be sold. These need to hang on to. Garland rubber goes over here. Wish there is a better way to just, like, highlight a bunch of stuff. I wish you could, like, highlight this, right-click, and say, like, move to retainer and have it, like, auto-sort. That'd be really nice. Kafka's Fang, don't have that. This must be in the other retainer. I don't see the vines. What else is even in here? Mocha grass, aka hemp. It's literally hemp. Garlean fiber is probably in here. Great start to a video, Bren. Yeah, I don't know why they're sort of different in different, like, inventories. Maybe this is based off of, like, an old patch and this is a new patch? I don't know. I don't know. Welcome back to room cleaning. Oops. Final Fantasy Edition. Gamers are always told to clean their rooms, and I guess since mine is always clean, we have to do that digital too. Will meat? No. Why is there multiple coral meats? Coral. That's probably why it probably got sorted incorrectly. Orban. Eft. They can make these look a little different too, that would help. Okay, got a little space. Okay. Now we can warp out. We can just pretend we didn't see that together, okay? Should be down here. It's been so long. The nerve of some petitioners engaging us as if we were a band of common mercenaries. I should be glad to refuse them all without a second thought. The price of principles. Dang it, I thought this was maybe going to be voice acted. Bren, it pleases me to see you well. Do excuse me for interrupting. My lady, the gentleman from Ashgana Exports has just left. I understand why you don't want to receive him. You did well, Tataru. Please inform the guards that we will not be receiving any further guests this evening. Thank you, my lady. And I might not fully remember the voices I gave characters, so my apologies ahead of time. Ever since we defeated Gaius von Belsair and destroyed his ultimate weapon, the eyes of the world have followed our every move, scarce remembering to blink. I think that's because we streamed to Twitch. Where once we worked in secret, with precious few friends and all too many enemies, we are now besieged by benefactors, each one more eager than the last to offer his complete support. A true embarrassment of riches. Oh no, not money. Of course, every promise of patronage comes with a price. Some make their intentions known from the start, while others endeavor to engage us more subtly. Dress it how they will, the message is ever the same. We shall help you, but only if you help us. Yes, that is how commerce works. The gentleman Tataru spoke of was more brazen than most. In exchange for certain supplies, he would have us resolve a business dispute. Naturally, I refused him, as I have every other merchant of his ilk. Alas, the Syndicate's overtures are not so easily rejected. When we formed the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, it was with the goal of serving Eorzea, not the interests of individual Eorzeans. Our neutrality is fundamental to our cause. In my heart, I know this to be true, and yet, if accepting those offers of patronage could empower us to do greater good, might they not warrant greater consideration? Our Bardesian colleagues have been generous beyond measure, but we cannot expect them to. Forgive me, I did not mean to burden you so. No, it's fine. I literally work here. Yes, my urge to share this dilemma may not be wholly misguided. Might I impose upon you a consult of the others? They are like to have their own opinions of this matter. I mean, there is no such thing as remaining 100% neutral. I confess, I am conflicted. It may be wise to consult with the others. It also depends on the context of these missions. I mean, we've technically helped other people with similar things before. I don't know how to tell you this, but that is taking a stance. Fortune begets power, and power fortune. That we, and especially you, have power is beyond doubt. The question is what to do with it. You may be interested to know that there is a growing belief amongst the refugees that Alamigo could be liberated, if only the Scions would commit their strength to the cause. Yet theirs is but one of many causes. We stand at a crossroads, each path paved with good intentions, but where they lead is far from clear. Recall you are meeting with the Admiral, shortly after the Lamentsons sent word of the summoning of Titan? Then mayhap you also recall my words to be our host. I said unto Merwib that her people had broken the treaty with the kobolds, and that the beastmen had justly responded, that we had been called to intervene in a conflict which she herself had invited. I spoke, in short, the truth. And wherefore did I speak it? Because, owing no allegiance to Limsa, I felt no compulsion to allow the Lamentsons to distort the facts to fit a narrative which justified their actions and absolved them of guilt. Thank you, Y'shtola. That's kind of what I'm trying to say in regards to Minfilia as well. You can't always be completely neutral. Upon this subject, Minfilia can expect a similar reply. Our many dalliances with the city-states have already weakened our claim to neutrality, but the path she contemplates would see us relinquish it entirely. Worth noting, too, now that she brings it up. Where am I with the reputation? Okay, I'm almost done with the sylphs, but I didn't 100% finish. There was a little bit where my subscription had expired, so I didn't completely get them all done in the background just because it was too busy, and I knew if I wasn't going to be able to play, why pay? I've been receiving a lot of gifts lately, but Papa Limo keeps making me send them back. It wouldn't be so bad, but some of them are really nice. I mean, very nearly abandon your principles nice, you know? Done one can deny that we would benefit from more support, but if it comes at the cost of our principles... Neutrality was ever a delicate matter. I've lost count of the times I've had to explain to people that our allegiances need not necessarily lie in the same place as our headquarters. Mind you, if we are to sell our services for Gil, we might as well declare our fealty to Ul'dah now and have done with it. I'm quite sure Ida would enjoy the bribes. This man be like, how dare you make me work? I might as well just live in Ul'dah if you're going to make me have a job. 'Tis the lot of the powerful to attract the covetous as well as the needy. Thus doth prudence dictate that those with power proffer aid with one hand, while the other resteth ever on their hilt. In other words, if you have something important you believe in, you're also going to have to defend it, is what he's saying. Alas, we have not the luxury of time to decipher our petitioner's machinations. Nay, not while the beast tribes do labor unseen, defiant in defeat, to raise up against the fallen primals once more. Doubt not that they shall return, stronger and bolder both, nor that we shall be the ones to meet them. This sacred challenge shall be ever ours. 'Tis but a pity we are so few, and our fortunes so finite. If only we had money, he says, we could do more to combat the beast tribes that keep summoning primals to wreck our day. So, we've got pro-work, anti-work, pro-work, feels conflicted about it, but probably pro-work. Pro-work. So mostly people want us to take the jobs. This situation is not wholly unexpected. I too have given much thought to our organization's future, though it would seem that I have reached a different conclusion. Mayhap it is time I made my feelings known to the asceticisant. Come along. Off you now. Ren is aught amiss. You desired counsel, and so you shall have it. Minfilia, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn must leave Ul'dah. We must do what? So long as we remain within Ul'dah territory, we will never be free to act without impunity. So long as we're in a city-state, we have to act under the laws of said city-state. Moving our headquarters to Vesper Bay only delayed the inevitable. We have demonstrated our capabilities, and the Syndicate has taken note. They will not suffer our organization to remain independent now. We are far too dangerous for that. Surely you realize they are the reason Vesper Bay still lacks an aetherite. Is that why I have to freaking warp with mail every single time? Thank you for at least addressing it in the plot, but damn it, you really made me walk every time. They know full well how beneficial one would be to our cause. Which is why it and other favors will be denied to us unless we cooperate. If Ul'dah is no longer suitable, where would you have us go? Experience has taught us that the appearance of neutrality is as important as the reality. Accordingly, we must keep each of the great nations at arm's length and plant our banner in a place which we all agree to be beyond their borders. Mordona. Yeah, we're gonna be living with the radiation and the big frogs. Revenant's Toll, to be precise. It lies within neutral territory and offers all the essential facilities we require. By way of an additional benefit, it's also frequented by a veritable legion of adventurers who may serve to supplement our ranks. It's also right next to the goddamn Garlean base, or did you forget? I am, of course, conscious of the fact that we have developed a certain bond with Ul'dah and our people over the years. But I truly believe this to be the best course of action. As you yourself observed, we have invaluable ties to the local community. Forged through years of concerted efforts, Ul'dah is our home, Alphino. To cast aside everything we have built to start anew in that desolate wasteland would be beyond reckless. The decision is yours to make, asceticisant. I take only that you recall the shared purpose for why we first moved to found us the science... moved us to found the Science of the Seventh Dawn, and which moved you to found the Path of the 12 ere that. We aspire to an ideal, you and I, just as my grandfather did. That makes us more than mere comrades in arms. We are as much your family as... That will be all, Aphino. I am sure you have some familial affairs of your own to attend to. Ah, your concern is most generous, but no, I have left them in the hands of men better suited to the task than I. I cannot very well allow my personal affairs to come before the needs of the Order, after all. Oop, nope. I'll just go with the bronze piece because my equipment is, like, vastly superior to probably anything I can get at the MSQ at this point. Huzzah for side questing. Moving on. Level Da, has it truly come to this? Oh, Bren, pay no attention to Alphino. He is engaged in some business or other and requires your assistance. Pray be on your way. Alphino waits upon you, and I have much to think about. Oh, and tell him he shall have my answer in due time. I mean, if we're gonna have to work here anyway in order to keep the lights on, the oil lit, I guess I should say. What's the point of staying here versus going to Mordona? Confound it, she knows what must be done and still she hesitates. All because of those fanciful rumors. I should explain. Minfilia's mother, well, adoptive mother, was among the great many who perished during the calamity. Oh dear. Flahamin? Flamin? Is it Flahamin or Flamin? Looks like Flamin. Flahamin was her name, though you may know her better as the songstress of Ul'dah. She was a performer of singular talent, and much beloved by the people of Eorzea, not to mention a certain Charlian minstrel. As you may imagine, the news of her passing was greeted with shock and disbelief by her adoring followers, many of whom refused to acknowledge what had happened. That her body was never found only served to encourage speculation. Well, I mean, the continent did get nuked by Bahamut. Minfilia, too, struggled at first to accept the truth, but as Flahamin's absence stretched from months into years, she saw that there could be no other explanation. Until recently, at any rate, for whatever reason, rumors have once again begun to circulate that Flahamin is alive and well. One of our informants, Father Iliud? Iliud? Oh god, I've forgotten how to say things already. Iliud has sent word that a woman matching the songstress's description has been seen of late at the seaside resort of Costa del Sol. If we could succeed in tracking her down, I have no doubt that any worries that now plague Minfilia's heart might be assuaged. I mean to set forth to Lenossi at once. Let us reconvene there and inquire with Master Gegeruju as to the veracity of these rumors. I really wish more of this was voiced because it would help me a ton with pronunciation. Also, I don't really see what moving would have to do with her being able to find her mom or not. I mean, she's been spotted in Costa del Sol, and we're in Ul'dah, like the far end of it, no less, so... What would it matter if we were in Mordona? Ah, you've arrived. Let us see if Master Gegeruju can shine any light onto the rumors regarding Flahamin. Oh, sweet siren of the sands, my Mihote muse, why haven't you forsaken me? Titan's bane, I mean Bren, what brings you to my humble resort? Flahamin? You mean to tell me the goddess made flesh who dwelt among us, until so very recently, was the songstress of Ul'dah? Egads! If I had known that, I would have chained her to my bedpost and never let her leave. Oh, what a shame to think that she now plies her trade for the riffraff of the West or wherever she said she was going. It's a tragedy, I say. A tragedy! West, is it? Thank you, Master Gegeruju. Your information will serve us well. That said, there are any number of places she could be. I shall begin my search by the docks and see if any witnesses might have some knowledge to spare. I would be most appreciative if you could travel on to Wineport and do the same. I wonder if there's any reason why she's jumping around so. Well, if it isn't the savior of Wineport, to which we owe the pleasure. Ah, yes, we did receive a customer matching that description. She was a delight to behold, to give the woman her due, but her performance was so ghastly I had no choice but to eject her from the premises. Interfering with tastings, you understand. If she is your quarry, why not consult your blind associate? His olfactory perception is without peer. Given that I could smell the woman from a mile away, I dare say he could smell her from 10. Lots of perfume, huh? Or at least, I hope it's perfume. I heard a most interesting rumor the other day. Apparently, Castramakadens was built primarily as a research facility, as the Garleans had taken an interest in certain subterranean caverns. Moreover, a certain adventurer was said to have infiltrated the castrum and located the entrance to the caverns in question. Fascinating, wouldn't you agree? I forget if that was me or not. Of course I knew it was you. Oh, it was. Even I didn't remember if it was me. It's been a little while. My ears are almost as sharp as my nose, in case you are unaware. Thought I needed to talk to him. Guess not. Huh? You want to know if I've seen a Mihote lass by the name of Flahaman? I wish. I haven't seen a lass of any description for far too bloody long. Okay, now I can talk to him. My bad. I see you've had many grand adventures since we last spoke. You must share them with me sometime. The girl from a little while ago? One does not forget a perfume like that. So robust and intoxicating, yet simultaneously familiar. Reminiscent of a bloom native to these parts, in fact. I said as much when we spoke. She complimented my powers of observation and asked me where she might find some of the flowers. So I told her to follow the road south to the Raincatcher Gully, and then head east along the crossing of the second bridge. The flowers which grow in the shade of the cliff have the strongest scent, you see. If you make haste, you may yet find her there. Okay, so she hasn't left very long ago. But the other guy said she can't sing. Which makes me think either she's a different person or her voice got damaged. Which can happen. Well, list her as such, but is she? Oh, right. I'm in your debt, stranger. I did not realize my activities had aroused the Kupo's ire until it was too late. That is a gigantic hydrangea. The oils can be used to make a perfume, you see, and I Flahaman, I don't... Who are you? Whom do you serve? It appears you've already found our woman. Consider me impressed, my friend. The songstress of Ul'dah, I presume, Minfilia, or shall I say, Asilia, is looking for you. Asilia? You are the very picture of health, milady, yet the world thinks you dead. I can only conclude this was by design. The question is, why? Not everyone who endeavors to find me does so with the best intentions, child. You will be pleased to know I fully intend to reveal myself to Minfilia when the time is right. Oh, well, that does not please me. More than you know. But tell me, sojourns in the forest of Flanosia aside, when exactly will the time be right? Yeah, seriously, what the heck? When I deem it so. Do you imagine I traveled all this way on a whim? As I was telling your associate prior to your intrusion, I came here to harvest these flowers for use in a perfume. Does that satisfy your curiosity, or would you interrogate me further? No, it does not. My apologies for the interruption. Anyway, now that we have all that which we came for, might we continue this conversation in a safer locale? Wineport, say? Minfilia, your mom's mean. If she's even the right person. Rescued again from the jaws of a ravenous Kupo. How quickly we forget the lessons of the past. Though I was not solely to blame for that foolishness. This is not at all how I envisioned it. I can scarce begin to imagine what emotions will go through Minfilia's heart when she is reunited with her mother after all these years. Apparently we get some wine to go with it? Cooking sherry. Yeah, wine. Oh, no, no. Don't you dare. Despite her years of nomadism, I would say Lady Flahaman has kept a close eye on the affairs of our order. Surprisingly close, in fact. Suffice it to say, she is nothing if not resourceful. One does not develop such skills without effort, or without reason. Okay, but that's kind of uncomfortable then, given that all that the Scions have gone through, including mass death and kidnapping and danger, and Mom's just over here not giving a crap. All things in time. You say my daughter awaits in Vesper Bay, yes? I've kept her waiting long enough. Let us be off to the next ferry. I can finish fashioning the perfume along the way. Understood. Come with me. It would be my pleasure to escort you to the Waking Sands. Thanks for the free teleport. How did you do that without loading? And Citizen, you have a guest. Lemon? Celia. I'm probably supposed to feel good about this, but I don't trust. I haven't seen her like that in years. I don't trust it. I'm sorry. I never truly believed it when they told me you were dead. But what kept you away for so long? Seriously. The Imperials came for me, as I always knew they would, and so I resolved to stay far away from you as I could, lest their pursuit of me endanger you and our cause. I could think of no better way to grant you the freedom to continue our work. Yeah, about that. I'd already been kidnapped. They already knew about me. It would have changed anything. And continue it you did, achieving things I would not have imagined possible. I followed your every success and celebrated it in secret. You could have celebrated it with me. I'm so proud of you, Acelia. I learned from the best. Is this too why she dresses like a Mihote? I have a gift for you. Celcedia perfume, you remembered. How could I ever forget? You wore it all the time. If I ever lost sight of you, I could find you again just by following my nose. I did not think it was made anymore. You must have gone to so much trouble. It was no trouble to me, my darling. I fear I cannot say the same for Bren, however. I could not have made it without them. I don't know. Also, handing her a potion that makes her easier to find in a crowd, just, I don't know, it doesn't sit well. It doesn't pass the smell test. Thank you, Bren. Thank you both. There's something else. This is the cat's eye I found. All these years you've kept it. I do believe she means a jewel, too. My father was a member of the Alamegan Resistance. When I was yet a child, he brought me here to Ul'dah. The accident which claimed his life happened shortly after our arrival. It was Lemin who took care of me then. She raised me as her own, taught me everything I needed to know to survive. I'm no stranger to the facts of your history, yet I fear I have failed to grasp their implications. It is clear there is much we do not know, about you and your mother both. One of her first lessons to me concerning mining, and I was a very dedicated student. This cat's eye was the first stone I unearthed. It wasn't much, of course, but I was exceedingly proud to have found it nonetheless. So I gave it to Lemin as a gift. She said it was beautiful, but there I am at a loss. Why are you returning this to me? Is something amiss? No, Asilia, nothing is amiss. Quite the opposite. I need you to realize how far you've come, and how much further you must still go. You and your allies have accomplished more than I could ever have hoped. You've succeeded where I have failed, and made me so proud that words fail me. But even as I marvel at the woman you've become, and all the many things you've done, I cannot help but think of that which you have yet to do, and of what it may entail. Asilia, daughter, you cannot stay here any more. You and the Scions must leave Ul'dah. I just realized, does her pupils have like tiny little cat paws in them? Lemin. You built it once, Asilia, you can build it again, and this time we'll do it together. Truly? Oh, I can't tell, it would be right where her glasses are. Just the way the light was hitting them in that one frame. They kind of look like mini cat paws. Alphino, the time has come for the Scions to leave Vesper Bay. We shall establish a new headquarters in Revenant's Toll as you proposed. Much work lies ahead of us. Inform our fellow Scions and send word to the students of Baldesion. Preparations begin at once. Yeah, I don't know. Just the fact that she comes back immediately while we're looking for her. She was in the midst of making a perfume that she then gives to Minfilia, which is a tad sus. It's a perfume that also lets you be picked out in crowds. I don't know. Maybe she's fine, but she's like setting off a lot of my own flags. It's all well and good that we have found ourselves a new home in Revenant's Toll, but there is so much to be done, and in so little time. Our first step will be to secure the cooperation of the Adventurers Guild representatives there. Were it not for the Guild's considerable efforts, the original camp Revenant's Toll would have never been established, much less its more heavily fortified successor.
However, with construction still going and resources in short supply, it seems certain that the guild will require something in return for their support, sympathetic to our cause though they may be. Whatever they ask, I shall not begrudge it. To be plain, we need them more than they need us. Without their assistance, such essential tasks such as securing new facilities, cultivating relationships with local merchants, and recruiting adventurers would prove difficult if not impossible. You need not concern yourself with such matters. Antecedent. I need to look up that freaking word. What is that? What is that? A thing or event that existed before or logically precedes another? What? And how do you say it?
Antecedent.
Antecedent. Thank you. Antecedent. Let's hope I can pronounce it correctly this time. Some antecedents to the novel might exist in oral traditions, for example. Okay, it can also be an adjective. Preceding in time or order, previous or pre-existing. The antecedent events that prompt you to break... Okay. To break a hobby. In grammar, antecedent is one or more words that establish the meaning of a pronoun or other proform. For example, the sentence, John arrived late because of traffic held him up. The word John is the antecedent of the pronoun him. Proforms usually follow antecedents, but some precede them. But why are they saying that capitalized? Does it have another... mathematics, the first term in a ratio. Yeah. Logic, the statement contained. If clause. Grammar. I'm trying to see what the heck this freaking word means. Definition and meaning. Preceding event. Significant event, conditions, and trials of one's earlier life. A predecessor. A model or stimulus for later developments. Ancestors or parents. He was proud of it. For example, he was proud of his Scottish antecedents. The conditional element of a proposition, such as if A then B. Is it referring to her as like a person important to the past? Maybe this is more like European English grammar or something, and so I'm trying to translate it into American English and I'm struggling. Really, Alpha, no. If need concern myself with anything, it is surely matters such as these. Indirectly, perhaps. I submit that you might instead concern yourself with a different matter, namely, to whom the resolution of such matters might best be entrusted, and here I am. Nor do I come alone. May I present the esteemed emissary of the Adventurers Guild at Revenant's Toll. It is an honor, antecedent. Upon receiving word of your intentions from Master Alphino, we thought it best to begin talks at the earliest available opportunity. Know that my associates at Revenant's Toll held the Scions of the Seventh Dawn in the highest regard. We should be honored to welcome your organization. There are, of course, certain provisions which must needs to be negotiated. If it pleases you, I would do so. It does. Unless I am mistaken, you are the one known as Bren, are you not? May I say what a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance. Laughborn spoke to you in the most glowing of terms. To steal an Imperial Reaper and then use it to infiltrate a Garlean castrum is an undertaking few would contemplate, and fewer still survive. Aren't you that crazy person who, like, Grand Theft Auto'd a mech and used it to blow up their own headquarters? You shall always be welcome at Revenant's Toll. We hope you will favor us with your presence ere long. With what? With more GTA? Is this a thing? I am now officially known as that person who hotwires mechs? Well, it would seem your reputation precedes you. I don't know if that's what I want to be remembered for. Mayhap I should dispatch you to Revenant's Toll with all haste, as first intended. But before that, I dare say you have earned yourself a rest. After all, you have traveled so far, and there is already so much you have done for us, and for me. We will speak again anon. Till then, take care.
That had the same energy as, oh, someone's been busy. Look, I can explain. Be Aura, do crimes.
Were you able to get some rest? I would ask you to come with me to the Solar. Alphino has just returned, and it would seem there is something he would share with us.
You're here. Good. I come bearing news. The negotiations are concluded.
And?
That was fast. Our friends at the Adventurers Guild have agreed to furnish us with new facilities and material support in exchange for our assistance in the ongoing defense and development of Revenant's Toll. It also kind of implies that I just stayed awake either reading all night or I fell asleep in the wooden chair. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn shall have a new home in Mordona, the Rising Stones. AKA right downtown.
A bittersweet victory, if truth be told. I cannot deny that I had come back to look forward to Tataru's tales of our many guests and their many, many demands.
From the Waking Sands to the Rising Stones. Passably poetic. That wasn't your doing, was it? Poetry man.
I too have news to share. In expectation of this momentous day, I personally informed the Alliance leaders of our plans, and they have each pledged their full support, General Roban included. Moreover, I have decided that the time is right for us to cast off the vestiges of the Order's veil of secrecy and announce ourselves to the world.
Are you sure that is wide? And I can't remember how to... Antecedent?
Antecedent.
Antecedent. Sorry, new words take a little bit.
If anything, it's more formality. Our existence is quite possibly the worst kept secret in Eorzea.
I'll say.
Let us affirm our identity, proclaim our achievements, and all may know what the Scions of the Seventh Dawn should stand for.
Well, obvious risks apart, it would be nice to receive a little more recognition, says man who didn't want to work in the first place.
And the people have a right to know we saved them. It is my hope this gesture will encourage the people of Eorzea to place their trust in us. I would reveal to them the true extent of our powers, yes, but in doing so, I would show them that it is a power accountable to no one, and at once to all. And what of us? We who have felled primals and faced down the Empire? To you, my fellow Scions, I would say this: prepare for the challenges which lie ahead, for they will be great indeed. Great, I say, yet no greater than us. And we will rise to them, as we have time and again, united as one. There must be some way I can... Wait, that area is said to be rich in minerals. Maybe I should ask Flahamin to teach me the basics of mining too.
Trying to get rich quick there, Tataru?
Do you ever wonder how he does it? Alphino, I mean. It was almost predictable that he should appear with an emissary of the Adventurers Guild mere moments after he had expressed the need to forge ties between our organizations. Truly, his sense of timing rivals even your own.
I mean, he is rich and famous and therefore has, like, a lot of connections, I would assume.
Setting such mysteries aside for the present, I have a task for you. I would like you to deliver these documents to Slaffborn. They concern our forthcoming move. Do take care on the road, and represent us well.
Interesting you asked that too of Alphino, but not your own mother. Who is kind of super sus in my books right now.
Have you been keeping well? We may have earned ourselves a respite, but there is still much more to do. Together, let us continue to shine the crystal's light upon Eorzea.
Okay. Revenant's Toll. Show paperwork. Dude. Let me click the crystal. I was told to expect a scion, but I didn't expect it to be you. It has been far too long. You have something for me, yes? Yeah, my lease paperwork. Let's see now. Yes, everything appears to be in order. You'll be staying with us for a while, yes? What would it be that we had a dozen more like you? Since we don't, though, we'll just have to give the work of a dozen men. I just. We'll just have to work you 12 times as hard. Oh, god damn it. Well, then you better pay me 12 times as much. It's possibly a primal. Apparently I get a pet buffalo. Back to do the work of a dozen men, I see. But I jest. Not really, though. I am a main character in a JRPG. Not really, though. Even I can appreciate that an important person such as yourself has little time for menial tasks. But since you're here, mayhap you'd be keen on having a look around the Scion's new home? See the impressive structure over there? That's the place. Literally across the street. It was originally built to house a branch of the guild, you see. As such, it comes complete with a tavern where adventurers can rest from the road, fill their bellies with good food and drink, and their ears with tales of fortunes to be had and about the realm. It may get a bit raucous at times, but I imagine it'd be a good place as any to recruit capable men and women to your cause. Come with me. I'll show you around. One sec, I'm receiving a pearl call.
Is that you, Bren? I'm quite sorry to interrupt, but I have most urgent news. We received grim tidings from Gridania, and it would appear that our aid is required at once. I must ask you to report to the Waking Sands with all due haste.
Is everything quite alright, friend? I can't say I'm privy to the details, but it would appear there is no time for a leisurely tour, but no worries. You can rest assured that I'll see to all your necessary arrangements. Pray return any time you've seen to more pressing matters. That's fine, there's usually a processing period for renting anyway. Where am I going? Back to Vesper Bay. Alright, Tataru, what's on fire?
A messenger from the Twin Adder came to the Waking Sands while you were in Mordona. I wasn't privy to his conversation with the antecedent, but I did see the look of her face when he took his leave. Something is definitely amiss. Could it be that the Ixal have summoned Garuda again? Or mayhap Imperial forces have been sighted within the Shroud? Well, whatever it may be, I'm absolutely certain it is nothing you can't handle. Now go and ask the antecedent if there's anything you can do. Antecedent, god damn it. How she has grown since we last spoke. She puts me to shame with her accomplishments, and for that I am full glad.
The nerve of some petitioners engaging us as if we were a band of common mercenaries. I should be glad to refuse them all without a second thought. Go through the door backwards, I guess.
I knew this day would come, yet I prayed it would not come so soon. We have reason to believe another primal, or an entity resembling one, has been summoned in Gridania.
Entity resembling one, explain. Thine arrival is customarily timely. The etheric waves leave little room for doubt. Thy talents will be needed ere long. If there be truth to my suspicions, 'tis a familiar foe we face, though one quite unlike the Lady of the Vortex.
We dare not draw conclusions without evidence, but as Urianger says, the readings bear a strong resemblance to ones observed more than 5 years ago. Though I had hoped the Moogles guard beyond such follies. Suffice it to say, this disturbance warrants a full investigation.
Thy presence hath been requested by Commander Helio. He awaiteth thee at the Adder's Nest.
Pray hasten to Gridania. Ida and Papalimo will rendezvous with you there. May you walk in the light of the crystal.
The Moogles summoned it?
We cannot ignore this etheric disturbance. Journey to Gridania and speak with Commander Helio of the Twin Adder.
Okay. If you say so. What primal would even be for the Moogles? Moogles are technically monsters or beastmen in the Final Fantasy universe. Seeing as they are directly born of the children, they're kind of like the crystal's favored children, if anything. Wherever there is crystals, there is Moogles. But because the gods of the Moogles are quite literally the crystals, I don't really know what they would summon. A pleasure to see you as always. Thank you for answering my summons. Quite frankly, I could think of no one more qualified to... Oh, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Allow me to explain. By giving you a ton of free stuff. Just in case you're, under-leveled. Before I do that. Just because my inventory is getting kind of full again. Level 50 weapon coffer. Item level 70. Maybe for a different class, but not today. I'm just gonna throw these away. Just because I want to make sure I have a little bit of room. Hail to the king, Kupo! Not long ago, the Moogle Kupo Cop visited the Adder's Nest to request an audience with the Elder Seedseer. He spoke of an imminent threat to all Moogle kind, one which would imperil the entire Twelveswood if left unchecked. You proved an able ambassador to the Sylphs, and we would have you reprise the role in our dealings with the Moogles. The rest you should hear from Kupo Cop himself. He awaits you with the Elder Seedseer at the Lotus Stand. Which is... where exactly? Right over there, okay.
The other scions have already arrived. May I show you in? It must be something bad to have gotten Kupo Cop this worried. Have you seen the way his thingummy is bobbing? You mean his pom-pom? A threat to Moogle kind. I had hoped the antecedent suspicions were ill-founded, but I cannot see who else it could be. Our guest has brought ill tidings which must needs be heeded. Isn't that right, Kupo Cop? Oh, I don't know about this. I don't know about this at all. But I suppose Rhea O's right. They've left us no choice, Kupo. tell them. They're not bad, Moogles, Kupo. They're just misguided. A gentle, no, firm thrashing is in order. Yes, but no. Calm yourself, Kupo Cobb. Can't you not see that they haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about? Be quiet this instant. Pray forgive his witless outburst, sister. Most grateful I am that you have come, and upon such short notice. Truly, Gridania could not wish for a more stalwart ally. But you are doubtless eager to know where we summoned you. Our friend Kuplokop has brought us news of a most unsettling development. It would seem that good King Moogle XII has returned to Eorzea. A curious thing to hear, I know. Truth to tell, I myself cannot say for sure if he is a genuine figure from history or some manifestation of Moogle mythology. Kuplo here would have me believe the former. Once upon a time, we Moogles served the gods in the heavens. It was quite nice up there, unspeakably beautiful, unimaginably spacious, and with a literally endless supply of wine, Kupo. In spite of this, or possibly because of the last part, the gods eventually became discontented and started squabbling, which made life jolly difficult for us poor Moogles. So good King Moogle XII, may his glorious name live forever, decreed that time had come for us to leave, Kupo. The realm of man would suffice, he said, so all the Moogles should live there instead. Unfortunately, the two realms are so far apart that we couldn't safely fly down, but good King Moogle XII, may his miraculous foresight ever be praised, knew exactly what to do, Kupo. He had a rope, you see, the longest one ever woven. This he nobly held while his subjects climbed all the way down to the world below.
Jack and the Beanstalk style.
And that is how we Moogles came to this land, Kupo. All of us except good King Moogle XII. May his courageous sacrifice never be forgotten. He alone would remain in the heavens so that Moogle kind might at last know peace. Except that he has not remained in the heavens, from what I understand. That being your reason for contacting us, yes? I'll bet he tied a rope to something. Good thinking. Remind me again what the problem was with him returning to Eorzea.
The problem, Yeda, lies in the fact that he was summoned. It is our belief that good King Moogle XII is a myth made manifest, via means akin to those employed by the beast tribes in the summoning of their gods.
Wait, you're saying a handful of Moogles with a boatload of crystals wished really, really hard and he just sort of appeared? Would that even work? What I cannot fathom is why they would even try. With Garuda humbled and the Ultima weapon destroyed, what new threat could have prompted them to take such a drastic measure? Might that not itself be the answer? Twice in the last half-decade, Eorzea has been brought onto the very brink of destruction, only to be spared at the last by the heroics of a chosen few. To you who braved those tempests and survived by virtue of your own strength, this last period of peace will doubtless be deemed as a welcome respite. But to those who had not the power to defend themselves, who were spared only by another's grace, this is merely the calm before the storm. I think the Moogles Guard are afraid of what tomorrow will bring, and that things may not end so well as they did yesterday. That fear has driven them to call upon a great power, one they believe can be rallied upon to protect their loved ones and their homes, come what may. I assure you, the Moogles Guard only wants to protect the forest from outsiders, but ever since the return of good King Moogle XII, may his boundless grace fill our hearts with love, they've started to get a little carried away, Kupo. Verging on a lot, in fact. Like the sylphs who summoned Ramu, you mean? We cannot discount the possibility that this entity is influencing the Moogles in a manner similar to that of a primal.
We share the same concern. Whoever or whatever the king may be, it is our belief that he poses a threat to not only Moogle kind, but to Gridania as a whole. Thus do we beseech you, confront good King Moogle XII and drive him from our midst. Humbly do I thank you. The sanctuary of Moogle's Guard and their liege lord is concealed by magical wards. Brother Isumian of the Conjurer's Guild will doubtless be able to offer insight on how they might be dispelled. Pray seek his counsel ere you proceed any further. Which, yeah, that raises a good question. I don't think they would necessarily have a god. Like I said, they are literally created by the crystal, and therefore their only loyalty would be to the crystal, as it is in other Final Fantasies. They cannot exist without it. But that would mean that you can conjure a primal only from, essentially, wishes and imagination.
Remember, no killing, Kupo. A sound thrashing will more than suffice. Oh dear. If you are to confront good King Moogle XII, we must needs find a way to defeat his magical defenses. Upon such matters, Brother Isumiyan is something of an authority. Pray consult him without delay. My sister's right. For the Moogle's sakes and our own, banish the king from the Twelveswood.
How do I... gotta actually interact with the glowy. Okay, he's right down here, so it should be a quick trip. Sorry to interrupt meditation class, but we got problems. Welcome, welcome. That you should be the one to face good King Moogle 12 is of great comfort. To me and to the elementals both. As I am sure you know, the Moogles are not by their nature a warlike race. Warlike, no. Silly and deadly, yes. Yet should the king be suffered to remain, it is like that his influence will bring about a change in them. Thus does it behoove us to defeat him quickly, before any lasting damage is done. Make whatever preparations you deem necessary and inform me when you are ready to seek the king. I mean, I'm probably ready right now. You have selected regicide. Oh dear. I mean, he's not wrong. The words bearing across the king's sanctuary can only be nullified through the use of enchanted keystones, the selfsame method employed 5 years ago, when first the king was summoned to Eorzea. It was with great regret that we were forced to sanction the slaying of the guardians who then held the keystones, for none were in our position at the time. By the grace of the elementals, however, we have been spared that burden of this occasion. Kupo Cop confided in me that he had been entrusted with a set of keystones by the Moogles Guard themselves, yet wishing not to betray their confidence, he begged me to find some other means to gain entry to the king's sanctum. Don't make me the scapegoat, Kupo. Alas, I have been unable to do so, and dare not labor any longer, for fear that the Moogles might succumb to the corrupting influence of their liege lord. We must needs have Kupo Cop's keystones. Pray go to him and beg his assistance. He awaits you at the Wet Shore Pier. Impress upon him our great need, and I am certain he will yield. Dude, he can just say that we stole them. Their heads are full of fluff. They'll probably believe him.
So, how will you do it, Kupo? Oh, he told you about that. Well, if there's truly no other way, I'll do it, Kupo. Take the ferry to Sweet Bloom Pier. I'll go on ahead.
Alright, away we go. Taking a boat. Them some big Moogles, Kupo. What happened?
Don't you dare lie to me, Kupo. I know what you're planning, and I won't allow it. Open your eyes, Kupo. The king will never be satisfied, no matter how many crystals you bring him. We offered you a choice, and this is how you repay us? By consorting with this aura? Imperials, Gridanians, Sylphs, you're no different from the rest of them. Actually, you're worse, Kupo. Traitor to his king Moogles. He plots treason against the crown.
It's like they're role-playing.
Enough! Kupo Cop will answer for his crime soon enough, as will all who defy the will of good King Moogle 12. May his reign be forevermore, Kupo. The king is planning to purge the 12's wood of his enemies, Kupo. We gotta stop him before it's too late.
I have seen another, I think it's an original 1.0 cutscene of Moogles, and they were dressed like that. And they were all just kind of like being angry at the camera.
The entrance to Thornmarch is deep within the Bramble Patch, Kupo. If you take me there, I can nullify the ward, but be warned, Moogles guard has set traps to lure enchanted beasts. I cannot hide from them, so you'll need to protect me, Kupo.
Oh no. Escort Kupo Cop safely to the warded entrance. Should you fail to defend him or move too far away, he'll return to Sweet Bloom Pier, where you may rendezvous with him before trying again. Go, Kupo. Okay. I have... Where am I going? A little ways in. Okay. Do you follow me, or do I gotta... Ooh, you actually follow me. I don't have to wave to you every 5 feet?
Faster, faster, Kupo.
Okay, okay. Don't stand so close to me when I'm fighting, Kupo. Melt? Not seeing one of those. Covered in eyeballs. Sense a hostile presence. Where? Oh, squirrels. Oh no, not squirrels. Monkey. Don't stand so close to me, Kupo. I don't want it using an AoE and taking you with me. Like right there. Don't stand there, Kupo. I swear I've seen people with this little guy in town. It was talking too. It was like a pet, but it was talking. Like this one is. Which maybe makes me think that you can actually leave this zone with him or something. Sworn I could have heard another one.
I did!
Oh, shit. Don't stand there, Kupo! Yeah, the Moogle was having an anxiety attack like this one is, too. Everybody else could see his dialogue bubbles, too. Don't leave me, Kupo. Wait, what? Oh, I got too far away. It's because you were slowed.
Me here, Kupo. I don't see any more beasts, do you? Are you ready to face the king, Kupo? Step closer to the ward. Raise your hand and focus. Like when you attune to an aetherite, Kupo. I'll open the way for you.
Tuning to it like a crystal. The
rest is up to you, Kupo. Now go and teach those foolish Moogles a lesson and send back the king to whence he came.
I mean, we have to access like their little pocket realm the same way as a crystal. That just only further alludes to the connection between Moogles and crystals.
If anyone can slay good King Moogle 12, may he justly reign till the end of his days, and save the 12's from his wrath, it's you, Kupo.
Thorn March. That's a big hard. Alright. I'll join, but it might take a minute. In the meantime, depends on how long it takes to. I can always run like beast tribe quests and stuff. Because I have no idea what the average wait. Oh, the average wait is only like 5 minutes. But also, you never know. You never know. Okay, let me... Wait, what? Oh no, someone withdrew. Ah! Hello? Oof. Just break through the broken wood, why don't you?
Kupo, who in the 7 hells are they? Meddling adventurers, I'd waver. Moogles guard to arms! Defend the king, Kupo!
Yeah, remember too that they're like a lot sassier than people always realize. Everybody good? Take this one. Alright, pick one. Oh, nope, that one. Got picked by him. Take this one then. Right on top of each other. I can't tell who's got what. Nope. Take this one then. We good? You're all little ones, though.
Hail to the king!
Hail to the Kupo. Good King Moogle 12, here he is.
And now our battle begins in earnest!
Why does this sound like this is Halloween from Tim Burton? Am I the only one who hears it? Let's allow people to get it from the back, too. Don't double up on me.
Hearken unto me, brave Moogle's Guard. These villains must be vanquished.
Oh. The whole arena's just gonna... What is that siren? Limit breaking. There we go. Good King Moogle the 13th. I mean, the 12th. Damn it. There we go. Back to the heavens, Monkey King. Or should I say Moogle King? It does share some mythology with the Monkey King. Okay, player commendation to the other tank. You're the only person left. And I don't need the Moogle thing, so enjoy. Unable to obtain the Moogle coffer.
That's fine. I didn't ask for it. You did it, Kupo, you did it! Good King Moogamog 12, may his mighty soul rest in pieces no more! I shudder to think what might have happened had you not stopped the Moogle's Guard when you did. Thank you! Perhaps now they'll come to their senses and stop playing at fairy tales. Rest assured that the chieftain will have choice words for them too. You should go and tell Puknipok that the king is no more, Kupo. She is within Rayo at Camp Tranquil and can relay the news to the chieftain.
Okay. Boop. Back to... Oh, that's actually down here. Where she normally hangs out for White Mage quests, I think. I see her down there occasionally. Actually. Nah, I didn't get it. Or did I? Ah, shit! There's a hole there. We saw that. Let me... Just really quickly. Sort and make sure it's not there.
Okay. Do I dare believe my ears? Good King Moogamog 12, may his magnificent virtue serve as an example to us all. Has fallen?
It's like they have to say some random good thing after his name every single time.
All Mooglekind owes you a debt, Kupo, and I sense Raya wishes to congratulate you as well. I shall let you two speak without fear of interruption. When she was a child, Raya had quite a temper. She's a sweet little girl now, but a Moogle does not easily forget. Even now, the sound of her voice makes my fur stand on end, Kupo. I have served Raya since she was a little girl no bigger than me, Kupo. She has matured much since the calamity. Her brother Auron is on the other hand.
Question is, how old is she? She has the horns of a immortal mix, so she could easily be like 50 years old and still be like a little girl. On the properties of primals.
Your bravery in the service to the Twelveswood and her Moogles shall not be forgotten. My sister will doubtless wish to hear the tale of this great victory from the mouth of the one responsible. Pray return to the Lotus Stands, and treat her to a full account of the day's events, while the details are yet fresh in your mind.
What about you? You just gonna hang with the Morbles all day? Wait, no, wrong. Where is it? Conjures. I went to the Lancers because that's where he was for the boat ride. The Elder Seedseer is expecting you. May I show you in?
Kupo Cap says you killed the king. I'm pleased, of course, but it completely spoiled the end of your story, silly Moogle. By Louis Swah's definition, the late King Moogle 12 was indeed a primal, but how can that be? It defies all precedent. Everyone wants to hear your tale, Kupo. What are you waiting for? Tell them, tell them!
You are returned to us, unarmed and victorious. Thus, I have 2 reasons to be glad. Yet many questions remain unanswered. If you would be so kind as to oblige me, I would fain hear all that occurred in Thornmarch. Then it is as we feared.
The king really is a primal. But he really isn't, is he? I mean, the Moogles don't worship him. For one thing, he's not even a god to them. That doesn't sound like any primal I've ever heard of. Then mayhap the fault lies with the definition. The fact remains that, through a combination of the power contained in crystals and the force of their collective faith, the Moogles called forth a being that by right should not exist. Moreover, when slain, said being left no corpse, the aether which comprised him instead being scattered to the 4 winds. According to the accepted definition, he may not be a primal, but the mode of his manifestation was every respect the same. Which means... Asians. This whole business reeks of their handiwork. Kupo, they said it was a masked man who had taught them how, years ago. But Gridania has no shortage of masked men, and I never thought to question. Confound it all, how many more will they ensnare with their tainted gifts?
Too many, I fear. For as long as the paragons to stir their embers, fools to build the pyre, and crystals to feed the flames, ever and again shall we suffer primal visitation. A somber thought, but a sultry one. My heartfelt thanks. Already the information you have provided has proven invaluable. The Grand Serpent Marshal and I have much to discuss.
Oh, before you do, my lady, I was hoping we might finish discussing that other matter?
The matter of which you speak even now has been settled. The Scions shall not want for support. We shall be glad to send additional supplies to Revenant's Toll.
We knew you could count on you, my lady. While Yida and I remain to discuss the particulars of our arrangement with the Elder Seedseer, mayhap you could return to the Waking Sands and appraise the Ascendant of all that has transpired.
Please extend my personal thanks to the Ascendant along with my best wishes to the Scion's forthcoming move.
You don't have to worry about the Moogles Guard anymore, Kupo. The chieftain made them apologize in front of absolutely everyone. And just to be sure, we're keeping a close eye on them too.
Which means they haven't been fully corrupted yet. Like with what happens to people. Because they're Moogles, they might not even be capable of it. Just because they're so blessed by the crystal.
Thanks to the Elder Seedseer's generous donation, the Rising Stones may actually be worth leaving the Waking Sands for. This business has taught us much, and the Ascendant must needs be informed of our findings. Pray leave matters here to us and return to the Waking Sands.
Yeah, These little fluff balls are literally, in the Final Fantasy universe, the most blessed things in the light of the crystal. If the crystal had a pet cat, this would be them. They practically cannot be touched by any forces of darkness. Right. Letters. I'm not used to this. I cannot stress enough, in Crystal Chronicles, the corrupted red crystal hit the world with a meteor that spread miasma that made life unbreathable to anything but the monsters it spawns, and yet the Moogles are just like, another day in paradise. Completely unaffected.
The Garlean threat may be abated, but there is no end to the work we Scions do. In our own unique ways, may every one of us continue striving to make a better Eorzea.
Oh right, the yokai event should be soon too, shouldn't it? Words, English. But yeah, in the Crystal Chronicles universe, you literally have to carry around like a piece of the Great Crystal with you everywhere you go. Towns are formed around the bigger chunks of them that can't be moved, so they just build the civilizations wherever they landed because, yeah, the corrupted red crystal aimed it right at the mother crystal and pieces everywhere. And we gotta carry a little one just to make it so that we can breathe on our own damn planet, but Moogles, unaffected. They're so blessed, it doesn't even touch them.
It's good to see you hale and hearty. I received word from Yida and Papalymo that you had felled good King Moogle 12, but I had hoped to hear your version of the tale. So it was as they said, summoned with the same method used by the beast tribes and taught by the Assyrians. Though unfortunate, this incident did at least serve to remind the Elder Seedseer of our usefulness. Her offer of additional support could not have come at a better time. My thanks.
The gifted. Bad things look like they're about to happen.
Owing to the tireless efforts of all concerned, we are at long last ready to bid farewell to Vesper Bay. So as to avoid drawing undue attention, we shall make the journey to Revenant's Toll in small groups, departing at irregular intervals. Lest you doubt, it is still my intention to conduct future operations openly, but on this particular occasion the need for caution overrides all other concerns. To move north as one ponderous caravan would only serve to invite attack. It seems only right that I should be the last one to leave, and I would have you remain with me until the end. Upon my departure, the Waking Sands will formally cease to be our headquarters, and the premises will be given under the care of Urianger. I had thought to relinquish the property, but he was quite adamant, and I had not the heart to disagree. These walls have borne witness to some of the brightest and darkest moments of our Order's history. Mayhap it is best that we not forsake them entirely. Urianger shall remain here and devote his energies to studying the nature of primals. By the grace of the 12, he will one day discover the permanent solution that we have sought for so long. Of course, he will not be alone. Alice shall continue to work closely with him as well. Should they require our assistance, I have their assurances that they will not hesitate to contact us. Speaking of Urianger, would you inquire of him any tasks that remain undone? I cannot escape the feeling that I have forgotten something important. Have you been keeping well? We may have earned ourselves a respite, but there is still much more to do. Together, let us continue to shine the crystal's light upon Eorzea.
A part of me wonders, too, if they move the headquarters to Mordona because so many people were maybe like, I'm sick of walking the whole way. I'm sick of needing a letter in my inventory. I'm sick of having to walk. Why is there no crystal? The devs were probably like, we need to put a plot reason in for this. That's my guess, anyway. Thou art ever welcome, but I require no assistance. Pray take thy leave, unburdened by concern for my well-being. Don't worry about me, I'm just gonna write poetry and drink all this wine behind me. Verily, the continent bespeaks a desire to quit this place without further delay. Mayhap thou thinkest this chapter of our tale concluded, that these halls should rightly be consigned to the annals of history? Do you think we should just move and not give a damn? He says. In man's eagerness to seize the future, how readily he doth set down the past. Full many a proud pioneer hath bravely stridden into the greatest unknown, only to find the banner of his ancestor faded by the eons. And still man glorieth in his own discoveries. 'Tis throughout his pride that wisdom doth ever give way to ignorance, while they who lurk in shadow remain hidden, lost no sooner than they are found. Orion J says he doesn't want to move. Be not offended. Thy conduct had ever been beyond reproach. Despite thy surpassing strength and all thy many victories, thou hast never been so convinced of thine own greatness as to imagine thyself above the failings of thy forebears. Mayhap it is the echo which hath opened mine eyes to lessons of history. Would that the same could be said of... What, did I doze off mid-conversation? Where is that cry? The Solar, 12th forfend, the Asceticit. Basically, Urianger was stomping his feet saying, I don't wanna move. I gotta pack all my shit. I gotta carry it halfway across the world.
Brent, you must...
Anybody else in the room? Did you just fall over by yourself?
Tell me, Louisoix, would you have done the same?
Louisoix Levalure was a remarkable man, wise beyond mortal measure. Would that I had met him prior to his passing.
An Ascian? Here? How?
They don't have physical bodies, sweetie. How readily you see. You are indeed gifted to see descent.
But you are not like the others. Your robes, they look white. But instead of black, does that symbolize anything for you?
Gifted, but ignorant. Yet I shall not judge you harshly. The fault lies with your forebears. It has been millennia. Mine are the robes of an emissary. Unlike he who came before, I have no quarrel with you.
He who... You speak of La Habrea.
La Habrea is a warrior. He fought. He fell. He may yet learn from his mistakes.
Then he is still...
Come, I only confirm that which you already know. There is no cessation, no oblivion, only expulsion.
You... what are... We're ready when you are, my lady, if there's nothing else.
Ah, she can't see him. I was wondering with the red text. Honkai Star Rail did that recently too, where the red text means only the one person they're speaking to can hear it.
Is something the matter?
So I bet when he was speaking normally, it was a voice that everybody could hear, but when it was like the pinkish red text, only she could potentially hear it. Or maybe other Ascians.
Oh, I feel the same way. After everything that's happened here, it feels strange to leave, but I'm sure we'll soon get used to Revenant's toll. Well, I'll let you say your goodbyes. Take as long as you like, my lady. We shall depart when you're ready.
It is only to be expected. She lacks the gift and the knowledge both. To her, we are indistinct.
I do not understand.
He says only people with the echo can see him, sweetie. Keep up. Shadowless, fleshless, formless. What truth there is in each tale is diluted by time and telling. Knowledge dictates expectation, and expectation colors perception. Thus did she perceive not. So it is with but a chosen few. Even you, when young, could not yet see with eyes unclouded.
You know nothing about me. Nothing.
The gift grants you clarity. It grants you focus. With it, you may in time come to see us as we are, rather than this crude approximation. Oh, so this is even fully what he looks like, he says.
Mahabrea did not think so highly of the Echo.
Mahabrea is wrong about a great many things. The Echo is indeed a gift, albeit one you have yet to master.
And if we did?
There would be no strife between our peoples, for we would be of one mind. I leave, as I came, in peace, a citizen. May we again meet as friends.
Wait, stay where you are.
Is it imperative that she not touch you? Mayhap I was indelicate. 'Tis a mercy she shields her children from his grace with such resolve. Was it also by her hand that you survived the Ardor, I wonder? I'm assuming by her he means Crystal. Then who's him? Leader of the Asians, or perhaps even a corrupted Crystal? That big red one we saw before?
I take it there is no need to explain. Save your concern. He did me no lasting harm. Whatever his intention was, it was not to kill.
It seemed he was really against you touching him, though.
I heard a cry. What happened? Are you alright? You look faint. Do you need to lie down? I could fetch you a flask of my special tonic. Oriange, send word to the students of Baldesion. Tell them to scour the archives, the forbidden tomes in particular.
Is that, like, a request we can actually make? Otherwise, why are they called forbidden?
If there is any reference to an Asian robed in white, however oblique, I would know of it.
An Asian, my lady? Was that what gave you cause to cry out? I did but moments ago glimpse a figure clad in white set forth from the waking sands. Yet Asians are wont to employ teleportation magics. Why would he be so brazen? Maybe he has trouble teleporting like the other ones do, or maybe he wanted to be seen.
I know and care not. Find him. Turn every stone in Vesper Bay if you have to.
Pray attend to me, Tataru. Would that maybe be also why he was against being touched? Because if he was, like, maybe full Asian like the other ones are, like, she would go right through him? Whereas this one, she might have physically been able to, like, poke him? Meaning he has a physical body, perhaps? Otherwise, there's no reason for him to be upset that she could potentially touch him. Because with all the other Asians, she couldn't.
He speaks of peace, but I know his words belie his true intent. Quickly, do not let him escape.
Maybe he's pulling some trickery, too. I don't know. Because Tataru wasn't able to see him. But that doesn't mean he wasn't there, because it's not like Tataru went through him. She couldn't see him, but there is some sense that he might have a more physical body than the other ones. Maybe he's not quite as spirit-bodied as his brothers.
Tell me he's gone. Tell me we're safe. We are safe, aren't we?
Where am I going? Oh wait, maybe it's in here. Maybe it's still in the Waking Sands. Maybe you can't tell, or Yanje has a mission for me. The king lives. Oh, this is probably expert. Amongst Moogle-kind, the legend of good King Moogle XII doth tell of a wise and magnanimous ruler. Alas, the entity thus summoned put the lie to this imagining with his belief in decidedly unpeaceful reign. 'Twas most disturbing for me to learn, then, that the Moogle's Guard have once more succeeded in placing their potentate upon his thorny throne. His thorny throne. I can't, Ariante. Methinks the agents of chaos doth lurk in the shadows of this deed. Only with the Asians' guileful intervention could they have called the king back from the Aether with such haste. I mean, did he supply him with crystals? Because once you know how to make a recipe, you pretty much have the recipe. As ever, it falls to thee, the blade born of light, to banish the Paragon's dark ambition from the realm. The 12 only know what dire power doth corrupt the savior of those gentle forest folks. Gentle forest folks, my ass. They're Moogles. They're crude AF. Thy name has been called, Bren. The more modest faction of the Moogles hath joined the Order of the Twin Adder in an effort to open thee a path to the good king's domain. I bid thee make haste to the Adder's Nest, and once more pledge thine aid in disposing this royal myth made flesh. Sir, they are Moogles. They're cute, but they are rude and they are crude. Okay, it's not here. Must be outside then. Hast thou not met a Moogle? Hast thou not seen them drink? They can down their own body weight in booze. And they love to party. I am told that you are the warrior of light, but I would know for myself. I shall walk north, and you may choose to follow. Know, however, that you will be waylaid if you do so. You may even perish. Should you survive, we shall speak anon. Alright. Awkward walk. Don't follow me, but if you do, I'll give you a reward. I guess I'm following you. I mean, this isn't that bad of a threat, actually. Level 50 enemies when you're level 66 is, I guess. You think he deliberately is walking slow enough for me to keep up, or... Gruesome gargoyle, but I've literally seen a bigger one in other dungeons. That requires multiple people to take out. Is this Asian messing with me? Oh, one can even make a dent. Let's try two. Alright, where the heck does he expect me to find him between the toads? They're both conjurers, which means they're both white mages. Healers first. There, now we can talk in private. You've slaughtered some of your own comrades to make it seem like we have the veil of privacy. Remarkable, truly remarkable. I thank you for granting me this indulgence. None save thee who bested La Habrea could endure such an examination. Have the laws of man grown so twisted in my absence that it is now permitted to lay hands upon an emissary? You started it. You bore witness to my audience with the citizen, did you not? Then you know I acted only in self-defense. That's not what self-defense is. I realize the same cannot be said of La Habrea. Even amongst his brethren, he is considered unique. Nevertheless, I cannot wholly condemn his misdeeds, for through him we discovered you, one so strong in the gift that they could cast us out. Yay, I'm part Moogle. Your mother favors you still, that much is plain. But surely you must feel it. Her influence wanes, and her strength shall soon be spent. These lands, these people, this world, all shall soon change. As it was, so it shall be again, as it should always have been. Doubt my claims and question my motives, if you will. Only believe me when I say this. I am Elidibus, emissary, bearer of the word of one true God, and we shall meet again. If that was self-defense, then that means poking you can kill you. You are that flimsy. 1 HP Asian. Okay, back to Vesper Bay. Do I waste a ticket for this? No. Let's be adults. Also worth noting that Good King Moogle, if he is indeed a primal, could potentially have the power to corrupt. But since those who summoned him are Moogles and therefore immune to the corruption because they are so blessed by the Grey Crystal, it might be a little bit of a loophole. So, for example, Good King Moogle could very possibly temper humans, but not other Moogles. Because they too blessed.
Where were you? Did you find the man in white? Oh, what am I doing? She's waiting for you. Thank the gods you have returned. After you left, I began to worry that I might have sent you to your doom. I take it our visitor proved elusive. Beg pardon, he was waiting for you. What did you do? What did he say? As it was, so it shall be again? Of when does he speak? And of what exactly? The words of this Elidibus portend much, but reveal nothing, save perhaps a measure of disdain for La Habrea. I had hoped for answers, but it seems I shall have to be content with a wealth of additional questions.
What was this? Void scent blood? Is this what I get after wiping it all off of me? Build on the stone.
Let us set aside the matter of this Asian until after we have completed our move to the Rising Stones. There is but one final favor I would ask of you before I depart. I believe I mentioned before that my father was a member of the Alamegan Resistance. The truth, however, is more complicated than that. As far as the Empire knew, he was their spy. He maintained the deception for nigh on half a decade, furnishing the Resistance with vital Imperial secrets while feeding his paymasters subtly conveyed misinformation. When he died some 15 years ago, my father left behind his journal, which I have closely guarded ever since. It contains every shred of information he and his agents could steal on what they believed to be the greatest threat to Eorzea, the Primals. Its wisdom has guided me through the years, though there is much within I do not understand. It is my hope that Urianger will fare better. Tell him to treat it with care. It is all I have left of my father.
And what about your real mother? Does she, like, exist in a way? Because you've talked about your stepmom, you've talked about your dad, but you don't really talk about your biological mom. Maybe she wasn't a part of her life. I thought thee departed. To what end dost thou linger? Warburton's journal. The legacy of Menophilia's father, who perished in the parade incident of 1562 when a Gubu broke free of its magical fetters and ran amok amongst the streets of Ul'dah. Lady's Day must be very traumatic for her. Contains a wealth of stolen Imperial research on the primals, as well as other information which has yet to be deciphered. Okay, she made it seem as if he died more in a resistance, when in reality he just got taken out by a carnival Gubu. Her father's final bequest, the daughter's lifelong labor. It is no small thing to surrender such a cherished memento. Well, can I imagine her pain? Upon mine honor, I swear to spare no effort in the study of these materials, lest my lady's sacrifice be in vain.
Brent, this is Minfilia. Forgive me, but I could wait no longer. I have departed for the Rising Stones.
I've been gone 3 minutes.
If you have yet to... Once you have given the journal to Urianger, I bid you come to the 7th heaven in Revenant's Toll. Tataru will be there to show you inside our new headquarters. Assuming you have already attuned to it, you may wish to make use of our new Aetherite in Revenant's Toll. After all, it is right on our doorstep. That thing you complained about every time you visited.
Thou hast been summoned to the Rising Stones, yes? Then keep not thy fellows waiting. I guess I'll save these letters for something, then. Guess if I ever need to come back for other missions.
Oh, Bren, you're here. Good, good. We're all wondering when you'd show up.
As I was just telling your resident receptionist here, I'm pleased to inform you that all the documents have been prepared and all signatures signed. The Rising Stones is officially yours.
Splendid. From this day forward, I will spare no effort in seeing that it is welcoming and comfortable as a home to us as the Waking Sands ever was. That said, this is all somewhat intimidating, is it not? So many unfamiliar places and unfamiliar faces.
Most of the men and women you see around here in Revenant's Toll are adventurers who come and go as they wish. I dare say that should make it easier for you to go about your business here. And it shouldn't hurt that Bren here has already made something of a name for themselves. Isn't that so?
Why, that's wonderful to hear. Rest assured that this receptionist will work just as hard to see that our efforts do not skip a beat despite the relocation. And with that, I do believe it is time for you to officially announce your presence to everyone inside. The Ascendant and the others will surely be overjoyed to see you.
And behold, new HQ, which I've technically been inside before, doing other quests.
Welcome to our new home, the Rising Stones. Isn't it lovely?
Yes, drunk people everywhere.
But why are you standing around talking to me? Everyone's waiting for you inside.
Drunk people, demon dogs, that one bard that keeps taking me to parallel dimensions. I did not realize the science had moved until I arrived in Vesper Bay. Thankfully, Urianger was kind enough to direct me here. I know I've only just joined, but if there is anything I can do to help, please let me know.
As you can see, our Charlian allies have furnished us with a wealth of new tomes. It would be prudent for you to broaden your knowledge as well.
If only the game would let me.
Oh, you wish to help. That's very kind of you, but I can manage on my own. Besides, you should be out having grand adventures, not withering away here with me.
As ravishing as ever. Perhaps for old time's sake, she would Oh, gods, Bren, don't sneak up on me like that. We bards are an easily startled lot.
I love the smell of victory in the morning. It smells like sweat. No, Muntoy sauce. No, victory. Yeah, victory.
Ugh, the horror. The horror.
So here we are, completely independent and unquestionably neutral, or at least more so than before. Truth be told, I cannot say it feels that different. Of course, Ida begs to differ.
Her workout too much for you, man? To be fair, he's wearing armor, so it's like he's doing it with weights attached.
Is it not wonderful? Nary a single presumptuous merchant has darkened our door. I know full well that they will come in time, but for now let us enjoy the respite.
Just hang a big no solicitors on the outside. No solicitors or the Lalafell shoots you on sight. She just had it up to here with people's BS.
Well, it certainly is spacious.
Did it used to be something else then, if it's so? It's kind of weird that they'd have a tavern only to have this big empty space behind it that just is conveniently ready for us.
Today marks a new beginning for the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, for today we declare independence. We shall henceforth be beholden to no nation, but serve all of Eosia's people proudly and openly. But this does not mean that we will sever our ties to the Eosian alliance. On the contrary, the Ascedescent and I shall endeavor to strengthen them. Rest assured, however, that we shall not permit political considerations to influence our decisions. Our identity remains unchanged, as does our cause. We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and our single purpose is to safeguard the future of Eosia.
Hey there, DJT. We're finally getting back to MSQ. For Eorzea.
A moment of your time, Bren. I would speak of Elidibus.
Pardon the intrusion, my lady, but the matter which bringeth me would admit no delay. Mine every attempt to contact the students of Baldesion hath been met with silence.
No one will respond. How odd. Allow me to try.
Sorry for interrupting. My Pearl has no signal.
No response. Surely they would not ignore us.
They have never yet, my lady. I fear we must assume the worst.
No, I will not believe it. An outpost, perhaps, but not their headquarters. Their wards are beyond circumvention. Had they come under attack, they would most certainly have raised the alarm. None could penetrate their sanctum unnoticed. But for those who lack the gift and the knowledge both, oh no. Contact their agents in the field at once. If aught has befallen the students of Baldesion, they may know of it. Though the thought of it pains me, until such time as we have evidence to the contrary, we can but assume the worst. Accordingly, we must needs seek another source of information on Elidibus.
'Tis possible that the others in the homeland are possessed of such knowledge. Be fairly warned, however, they are unlike to yield it unconditionally.
Do what you must. Yet another unforeseen and unwelcome development. What could be next, I wonder? A visit from a crimson-clad Ascian? An ogre? Or Purse? And which of our allies will fall silent then? For a time I thought we had gained the upper hand. When you shadowed the crystal of darkness and cast La Habrea, I dared to hope that we had found a way to rid ourselves of the Ascian menace. But I was wrong. He endures and may yet return. Upon that point, I have no doubt that Elidibus spoke true. Yet there must be a way to destroy them utterly, A way to spare this world their unholy machinations. I dare not consider the alternative. There are forces at work we do not understand. I discern them all around, in disturbances too great and too numerous to be dismissed as mere coincidence. Doubtless the paragons are involved, but how and to what end are far from clear. I know not what will come, but I do know that we will rise and meet it as one. Ah, my stalwart hero, your face is a picture of resolve. I know that you will be ready when the time comes. With luck, however, that will not yet be for a while. Pray return to your private affairs with my blessing. Should anything arise, you will be informed. Krill, where are you?
Off learning to paint. If the Dawn Trail trailers are anything to go by. Your intercession was not foretold. You object? We question. Our plans are in motion, your intentions unclear. They survived the 7th Ardor and are stronger now in the gift. Does that not intrigue you? No, it does not. Serve as you will, so too shall I. We labor not at cross purposes. The wisdom of his plan shall become apparent in time, when the veil is lifted from their eyes, and at long last they see. You don't mind the patch quests of A Realm Reborn, which is an unpopular opinion? You mean the ones I'm currently doing? Build on the stone. But I mean, they're technically still part of the MSQ. It's kind of like A Realm Reborn just has 2 parts to it, rather than just one chunk. You gotta remember too, this was around the time Japan was hit with like a massive earthquake and tsunami, so that's part of the reason why it's split in 2. Still waters. Minfilia has a new assignment for you. Because the studio and the entire country was going through a lot. So they probably didn't have the means to like completely split it into its own thing, so they just combined it at the end.
Truly, there is no rest for the weary. Scarce had I begun to make myself at home when I received a request for assistance from Amagina & Sons Mineral Concern. It would appear their storehouse on the horizon has been the target of a series of covert robberies.
That's another reason, too, for Good King Moogle Mog, may he ever be fluffy, is, I think I was told he was supposed to come before Titan, because they didn't want to have a primal that was related to earthquakes immediately after the earthquakes. They were like, what else can we make? We're scheduled to throw out a new raid. What do we do? And they just grabbed a Moogle off the shelf and were like, we make this! Most people don't like this stretch of MSQ. I just see it as more MSQ. I don't really have an opinion, I guess.
Minor as they seemed in isolation, occasional discrepancies in the manifests were long dismissed as clerical errors. It was only during the concern's annual audit that the pattern became apparent. Significant quandaries of crystals, and only crystals, were missing. I smell primals. I need hardly tell you what that may imply.
If you do, just fire me.
The brass blades charged with investigating the thefts believe that someone within the concern is selling the crystals for profit. Alas, they have yet been unable to identify a likely suspect, and the concern's proprietors have grown frustrated by their lack of progress.
There's a tempad amongst us.
Needless to say, I would have agreed to intervene had the stolen goods been of merely monetary value. If there is even a possibility that the thief acts not out of self-interest but to service as a primal, we can ill afford to wait for the blades to realize their mistake. Pray depart for the horizon at your earliest convenience. Rendezvous with Y'Stola when you arrive. She and Thancred will have already begun a preliminary investigation. I have every confidence that the 3 of you will get to the bottom of these thefts. I only hope our fears prove unfounded when you do.
This also isn't my first RPG either with 2 endings, I guess, either with the credits to roll halfway and then it continues and then they roll again. Tales of Legendia is like that. Ring of Fates, Final Fantasy is like that. Which kind of reminds me, I should maybe attempt to do the multiplayer of Ring of Fates, since I can, with more modern technology, trigger the multiplayer aspects of it, even if I do it entirely solo, which is going to be the equivalent of extremely hard mode, but I bet I could probably do it. Because apparently, nobody else has the footage for it, and it's messing up people's reviews, so... supply and demand.
When you arrive in the horizon, be sure to speak with Y'shtola. She will inform you to the latest developments. For my part, I shall continue to speak with the concern's representatives. They may have additional information which could be of use.
So that's something I might do later. Even if I do it without commentary or something in my own time. Make story more available, so people get more Final Fantasy lore. For being technical, 14 has like 10 endings. That's because it's like just a whole bunch of patches in a Realm Reborn. But also with the individual expansions, Heaven's Word, Stormblood, Endwalker, etc. It technically does just keep going. That's too why with Genshin, everybody calling certain aspects of it endgame, like, there's no such thing. It keeps going. It's gonna be endgame when we get into like chapter 8, guys. Otherwise, we're nowhere near close. They told us how many chapters it was gonna be at the beginning. One for all the elements and then Conria. We've known that since before the game launched.
Ah, Ren, your assistance is most welcome. I have already spoken at length with the brass blades of the Rose, albeit to little avail. It would seem that the thieves took great pains to conceal their activities. I could go into further detail, but your time might be better spent in conversation with Fufuupa. He is the officer charged with leading the investigation, and I would only be repeating that which he has relayed to me.
Save me time.
If aught eluded my attention, mayhap it would not elude yours.
You just want to pass the duties off to someone else. Well, Astario, if you want to know something, go ahead and ask.
I'll pass.
It's like a tree, it's less endgame and more side branch. Yeah, especially for Genshin. Like the Abyss challenges and stuff. It's not endgame, it's just side quest.
Oh, hello there. Ren, was it? Y'shtola said to expect you.
There's this one minigame in Final Fantasy XIV. You're gonna have to help me with what it's called. It's in Gridania. I believe it's in either central or southern Gridania. It's like a dungeon you can go into with friends, but the mechanics are different. It starts you at level 1, and you gain levels really, really quickly when ascending through it. I forget what it's called. But imagine if everybody was calling that endgame content. You'd probably look at them funny.
Terrible business, these thieves. We've yet to confirm the quantity of crystals stolen, but I dare say it may be greater than... Ah, but never mind that. I have news to share. A short while ago, the driver of a heavily laden carriage refused to halt for inspection and broke through one of the checkpoints on the Royal Allegan Sunway. The cart bolted down towards Eastern Thanalan, where, thank the gods, I hear that our colleagues were able to apprehend them without further incident. A speeding carriage? That would seem a curious choice for thieves of such proven cunning, yet the Amaja do have a foothold in Eastern Thanalan. And what of their cargo? Did they carry the crystals we seek? We should be receiving a report any moment now, but I fail to see what else it could.
Palace of the Dead? Yeah, I think that's it. Imagine if people were calling Palace of the Dead endgame content. Like, hello? Implying, like, that is the ending of the game. Like, it doesn't even make sense, and yet people do that constantly with Genshin. It's weird. Did you miss me, friends? I'm back, but I fear I come bearing disappointing news. Or in second thought, perhaps it's good news after all.
Thancred, where have you been off to?
I figured you had everything under control here, so I just took a brief excursion to the east to check up on our Amalja friends. And wouldn't you believe it, I happened upon a runaway carriage on the way, and even was able to do my small part to help my friends in the Blast Blades intercept it. Brass Blades! I cannot say that word 10 times fast. In all my years, I have never seen such a prodigious quantity of somnus. The Blades were calling it one of the greatest hauls they've ever seen. The stolen crystals, on the other hand, were nowhere to be found.
Is that so? Alas, I suppose we have no choice but to resume our search elsewhere.
We should reassess our options as well. Come with us. Like, it's a fun little side diversion, but it's not meant to be, like, the ending of anything. Which is why it's so confusing when they call it that. Against all expectation, it would seem the Amalja are innocent of this particular spate of crimes. By all indications, they have yet to replenish the stores of crystals exhausted during their last attempt to summon Ifrit. Probably because they summoned a different Ifrit recently. Well, I know it's not part of the actual MSQ, but I'm just being silly. What I cannot fathom is why anyone else would go to such lengths to obtain crystals, and in such quantities. It cannot be that we are dealing with simple thieves. If their motive were profit, why would they limit their trade to crystals alone? Plainly, we are missing something. While you think about what it might be, I shall inform Urianger of our progress, or lack thereof.
Now then.
Oh, hello. Voice. I'm not used to it being voiced.
Tis I. The situation may be more complicated than we anticipated.
I've had to do so much reading, man.
Indeed, I shall remain watchful. Ere thou goest, another matter requireth thine attention. A young maiden, full eager to... Wherefore inquirest thou of her fairness? Oh, very well. Be she damsel or devil, I shall direct her steps to Revenant's Toll.
It reminds me of when certain people play D&D. They're like, you were approached by a maiden who, how pretty is she? Well, that's not the point of the...
Save thine insinuations for one given to such impropriety. Thou shalt not find me amenable.
Ninja.
Far across the sea from the land of Domar have we traveled. We seek audience with the ruler of these lands. Who here speaks for you?
Well, that's complicated. Do you mean for the whole continent, or just Ul'dah? So those horns or ears?
Mayhap a more subtle approach is in order.
A final temptation. Any bright ideas? A solitary flash of insight? No? Well then, for want of a better solution, I say we try picking Fufulupa's brain again. Who knows, if we work together we may yet find something of use nestled away within it. I don't know, man. No matter how much you tap a dry coconut, you're not getting any milk out of it. I'm flattered that you enjoy my company so much, but talking to me isn't going to get us anywhere. Come, let us have a word with Fufulupa. In MMOs, people use endgame as a term to more mean like post-game, in which it is content typical at the end of an expansion, where the harder optional content is. That's sort of how people use it, but for some reason in Genshin people mean it very literally. I can understand it meaning like the extreme dungeons or whatever future difficulty awaits me, but the way people use it in the Genshin community or the Hoyoverse community, they say it as if they are literally implying like endings of some sort, as if the game will never have future expansions, which is bizarre. Basically, they use it incorrectly, and it makes everyone confused.
Oh, but it's good to see you return. I have given some thought to the matter, and I have just hit upon a most disturbing possibility. How could I have been so blind? Calm yourself, Fufalupa. What is this disturbing possibility of which you speak? I was contemplating as to how the thieves' activities escaped our notice for so long, and then it came to me. What if there was someone amongst our own ranks conspiring with them, a traitor in our own midst?
It'd be most unfortunate if your fears proved well-founded, Fufalupa.
Indeed. If for reasons of security, the concern decided to transfer the remaining crystals stored in the horizon to another location, their plans would be discovered the moment the brass blades were informed.
But such a shipment would surely be well guarded. Would thieves as wily as ours risk open confrontation?
Mayhap not, but neither would the concern be eager to present them with such an obvious target. Nay, they might instead elect to carry out the transfer in secret, to entrust the goods to, let us say, the lone Mihote miner, traveling without escort so as to not attract undue attention. But who? Oh, I see. Yes, the concern may well elect to do that, but to travel with so much cargo would be a strenuous task indeed, and this miner would certainly need to rest upon the way. Mayhap north of the bridge to Hammerlea?
Fine spot for a rest, would you not agree? You lie in wait to the north, and I shall do the same to the south.
Oh, forgive me, my friends, but I have received new orders. I must inform my men at once.
Yeah, I kind of want the ninja to turn around a little bit. I want to see if there's a tail. Call me a cynic, but I would be surprised if these thieves lay down their arms and surrender. See that you come prepared to offer them some encouragement. Yes, encouragement. Air quotes. But yeah, no, the way it's constantly used for the Hoyoverse community is that it's always implied that, like, they're never going to update the game again, and there's only been one period of time where it didn't update, and that was at peak lockdown when they literally could not get to their office. And even then, they let us know, hey, our employees are literally not allowed into our own building, so the game will not be updating this month. Yustola, I didn't know you had a Disciple of Hand outfit.
Stubborn to the last, as expected. You are unharmed.
A gang of sea wolf thieves, and in Thinland no less. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Sea wolves, all of them. Aye, and all with the same tastes and facial tattoos. Blue, in case you were wondering. I think I've seen them before. Do they also wear pink gloves?
Our thieves are a long way from home.
I love how my character is confused, despite the fact that I've kicked their asses multiple times now.
Thancred, if you would be so good as to attend to the outstanding matters in Horizon, I have inquiries to make.
To Horizon, then. Fufalupa would want to hear about your meeting with the thieves. The ear pockets on the hat is funny. I actually kind of like them. I think they look cute. Especially since you notice the little holes on the underside. That would allow you to both hear better and also aerate you so they don't get too hot in the sun. It's actually kind of a smart design. Maybe not so much in fashion for some people, but for keeping you cool while you're doing a task. Okay, back to Fufulupa. If I had cat ears, I'd wear something like that to help me keep me cool. Especially to help keep the bugs from biting you too, that's another reason. I know the fur protects you from the sun, but it doesn't protect you from the bugs. If you've ever gotten a bug bite on your ear, ugh, it's not good. On behalf of the brass blades of the rose, I thank you for your service to the horizon. Oh, but we have not yet been idle. While you were afield, we succeeded in identifying the traitor with our ranks. Is that so? Then by your leave, I should very much like to have a word with the fellow in private. Ah, no, I'm afraid that will not be possible. Regrettably, he, managed to subdue the unit of blades dispatched to detain him, and made good his escape. Oh, for the love of... And how did he manage that exactly? Your men haven't been sampling that somnus we confiscated, have they? Or was he a giant in disguise? No, but he was quite strong. A sea-wolf, Lominson born and raised, I believe. But do not worry, we will find him. You have my word on that. I see. Pray keep me appraised of any developments. Yes? They're standing right next to me. Understood. I fear our time together is at an end, my friend. Your services are required elsewhere. Awfully disappointing, I know, but one must follow where duty leads. You might try to look a little disappointed, or do you mean to give me another one of your stoic nods? You do, don't you? Ignore him, he can be dramatic. The Mother of Exiles. The antecedent bid me tell you to make for Vesper Bay, where young Alphino awaits your coming most eagerly. It was he who requested your assistance. Some commotion or incident, I am not privy to the details. While you do whatever it is that Alphino has planned for you, I shall endeavor to track down the traitorous brass blade, and when I do, you may rest assured that we will have our answers. Am I lazy? Yes, I'm very lazy. Yeah, I hear the Yokai Watch event's coming back. I didn't see when it was, though. I kind of logged on, saw somebody else with the little orange cat, and I was like, dang it, that's right. I forgot to look up when that was. You are late. No matter. Excuse you, I warped here as fast as I could. No matter. I know where our visitors are headed. From what I have been able to gather, this vessel belongs to a band of Domans who seek an audience with the Sultana. You are familiar with Doma, yes? In Othard? Yeah, want me to change into a ninja right in front of you? They taught me a few things. Well, like the rest of the nations of the Eastern Continent, it is ruled by the Gallian Empire. Given our visitors' unannounced arrival, as well as the state of their ship, I suspect they did not leave their homeland under the best of circumstances. Needless to say, I should be very interested to hear their tale, and, more importantly, what they know of the current state of affairs in the Empire. Such information could prove most useful. I mean, if they came as a group like that and were asking about a leader, they're probably immigrants that are trying to escape. We'd be fools not to pursue this opportunity. Do you not think? Come with me to Ul'dah. Unless I am mistaken, and I am rarely mistaken, we will find the Nomans bickering with the Sultan Sworn on the Royal Promenade. Words. You're uncertain of your role in the proceedings? Insurance. If our guests are not themselves Imperial agents, it seems fair to assume that they may be pursued by someone. And if not, who better than you to have a hand in the event of the unforeseen diplomatic incident? Besides, I do so enjoy your sparkling repartee. Satisfied? Good. I shall see you in Ul'dah. So much for political neutrality. Alright, to the promenade. To the lemonade promenade. It is next month. Till Dawn trial. Oh, is it currently ongoing? Yeah, because here's one. Here's one. I forget your name, little guy. I have your theme song stuck in my head. Probably at Chambers of Roll. Yeah. I really wish they would port the Switch version of Yokai Watch. They remade it, the first one, into HD for the Switch. It was originally a 3DS game, but just like Monster Hunter Stories, got a port. But it never released outside of Japan. It matters not how many times you ask. Without the necessary permissions, none shall pass. Tail!
Pray understand, good sir. We have not the leisure to lodge a formal petition. Time is of the essence.
She is an aura.
All I ask is that you summon your superior. Allow me to plead my case. Surely you can grant us a small kindness.
Away with you, and darken these doors no longer. I will not ask again.
You know not what you do.
I gather your pleas fall upon deaf ears.
A loyal man with a cold heart. I know his kind well.
I hope that you will find me more to your liking. Alphonone Levilure. I think that's how you say it. Levilure. At your service. A friend. Which, I believe, makes me very nearly unique in this part of the world, at least. Few indeed are your allies in Ul'dah, yet you will need some if you wish to endear yourselves to the wealthy and powerful. Pray join me and my associate at the quicksand. There you may explain your situation to us, and we shall see if there is aught we can do to help. The thing is, though, auras weren't in this patch. So people were probably really confused. They were probably looking at her like, what a weird Mihote. Where's me? I recognize that butt. I have a very similar butt. Okay, new quest there. Where am I going? Quicksand. Mine's a bit more spiky, but you know, same idea. Yeah, she must have the face that has the horns that face backwards.
We have traveled some several thousand miles across the sea from the nation of Doma, in hopes that we might find sanctuary in these lands.
Sanctuary, Lady Yugiri?
Aye. Lying within Othard, Doma was under the dominion of the Garlean Empire, as I'm sure you are aware. When the War of Succession broke out in Garlemald, we espied an opportunity to free ourselves from the yoke of imperial oppression and took up arms. Only to be crushed. And so I gathered what few Domans escaped the reckoning and guided them hither to your shores.
A war of succession? Then the Emperor... Forgive me. You said that Doma was under Imperial rule, did you not?
Doma is gone. Razed to the ground as an example to the other provinces.
12 have mercy. And your people?
Okay, that wasn't implied in the ninja quests. I wonder if it happened while they were over here, so they don't know about it.
On a ship anchored in Vesper Bay, flying borrowed colors. Many were complicit in the rebellion, or akin to those who were. They will not come ashore until I send word that it is safe to do so. I sought an audience with your rulers, but was summarily refused.
The lords of Ul'dah are not wont to entertain foreign refugees without suitable encouragement.
Mayhap I was foolish to expect otherwise, but our supplies run low and we have young ones in urgent need of care. I have seen the tents outside the gates, however. We are not the first to seek asylum, nor will we be the last.
Be that as it may, Ul'dah is no friend to Garlemald. Your tale would stir the hearts of many men and women here. The Sultana and the Syndicate will not be so easily swayed, but I shall see that you are granted an opportunity to plead your case.
This is within your power?
Well, far be it from me to boast, but I do have the ear of certain influential individuals.
His grandpa was kind of famous.
I am in your debt.
Lady Yugiri, forgive me for observing, but your choice of attire seems like to evoke feelings of mistrust.
Men are wont to fear the unfamiliar. We know this from experience. We seek only to spare the people of Ul'dah unnecessary disquiet.
Because they don't know what an aura is yet.
Refer to your experience, then.
Even though technically they're sitting across from one. Like I said, since I don't think aura had technically ever been seen at this point in the actual MSQ, she's probably afraid that the horns would freak people out.
I thank you for your understanding.
It seems I have urgent business with the Flame General. I leave our guests in your capable hands.
Although the plot point no longer makes complete sense with me sitting right here. Do people think my horns are decorations? Do they think it's part of an outfit? And only later are they like, oh, I didn't realize this was like a whole thing. We just thought you were weirdly goth. The reason her face is covered is because the aura model was not finished. So for all the patch content, her face was covered. Ah. They hadn't quite finalized the designs. They had an idea, but probably weren't ready to fully execute on it yet. Lady Yugiri labors all day and night for the good of our people. She is an inspiration to us all, yet I worry for her health. We are grateful beyond measure for this kindness. You can tell by her model, though, that 1, the tail is already done. 2, they had already decided somewhat on horns. And she is... I'm trying to... hang on. Side by side here. She is shorter than the average... Hello? Suddenly there was tweeting. Than the average, like, human? But at the same time, she's quite tall for an aura. I have the tallest aura model possible. Which, again, is still shorter than humans, but it is worth noting that she is on the taller side, so I wonder if they hadn't fully decided on that yet. If I may, as I said earlier, we have been at sea for some several moons, and our supplies are all but spent. I have not the heart to repeat the tales of our tribulations, nor would it please you to listen to them, I think. Suffice it to say, however, sacrifices have been made. Though it shames me to beg for more when you have already offered too much, desperation compels me. If you or your associates could spare any provisions, anything at all, it would go a long way to lessen the suffering of my people. I have so much fish in my inventory, just take it. Like every time in Genshin where people are like, we are starving and we have no food, and I'm just like, please just take something out of the infinite inventory bag. I have so much. I'll never use it all. Hells, why don't you say so sooner? Course I'll help. You couldn't have picked a better day, to tell the truth. A wealthy merchant and his entourage were due to have a banquet here on the morrow. See, but just sent word that they can't come, meaning I've got a boatload of foodstuffs and no one to feed. Best of all, they paid for the lot in advance. Go in and call forth Freduria and Catherine at the Saffron Avenue Exchange. Tell them I said to ship the little prince's order to the Waking Sands. Oh, and if they argue, just show them those letters. That should set them straight.
Same idea, different execution. Well, I'm sorry to hear about her VA, though. But more in her model, it's a modified Mihote. I mean, I kind of feel like one most days, but... I'm just saying, comparing side by side, you can kind of tell which design aspects they maybe decided to keep. Or were planning to use all along. My, that's a rather odd request. Mayhap you misheard her instructions? No, I has a letter. You know, you shouldn't encourage them like this. They'll start to expect it. You mark my words. Say that to my face. I mean, technically it did, but try it again. She's in the business of feeding refugees now? I ain't normally one to question Mistress Momoji's judgment, but that doesn't seem wise to me. Then you better never ask for help. I'll not speak for the children, but if you ask me, any man what can't earn a crust deserves to go hungry. Well, then expect that to be you in the future too, my dude. No man who ever says that someone else should go hungry gets to complain when he himself eventually starves. They didn't give you any trouble, did they? Good. Now go and tell Lady Yugiri it's all in hand. Trust me, if they tried, you'd hear about it, by which I mean there'd be one hell of a commotion in the Sapphire Exchange. A physical one.
I dare not hope for such magnanimity, much less expect it. Mistress Momodi is generous indeed. I shall be sure to thank her most humbly.
It wouldn't be my first brawl in these Ul'dan streets. Honestly, I'm surprised the locals aren't getting used to it.
Lady Yugiri, I briefed the Flame General on your situation. I think you will be pleased with his reply. We've been granted an audience. Before the Sultana and the Syndicate both, we should return to the Royal Promenade at once. You have done so much for us, Master Alphino. I swear we shall return the favor. Naught is owed, Lady Yugiri, for naught that has been given. A small favor you fairly won with your words, and it is with words that you must win the favor of the Syndicate. Then I shall choose them with care. You will be accompanying us, yes? Good. Your presence may serve to remind the Syndicate of true meaning of philanthropy, and that nothing so unpalatable will be required of them, assuming the Domans are willing to earn their keep. Come, the Flame General awaits us on the Royal Promenade. And the door is... where? Crystal. To the basement. If anything, I kind of wish there were a few more Mihote traits that I could have. Like, I want the teeth. I want Mihote teeth. Really bad. I want fangs. Let me have fangs. We must take pains to illustrate how accepting the Domans would benefit Ul'dah. Only then might the Syndicate be swayed. I literally have fangs in real life. Let me have fangs in the game. I wish to greet our guests beforehand and offer my support for their cause. Doman, Ul'dan, it matters not to me, Birthplace does not equate to birthright in mine eyes. Same. I take great pride in my establishments for this very reason. The Platinum Mirage in particular serves as a showcase for the talents of countless men and women born beyond our borders. If we're all enemies of Garlemald, is it not fitting that we should join forces? I have heard that the Sultana is kind and generous a ruler. Of the Syndicate, I have heard less flattering things. Bards sing of wars which decided the fates of nations, but a single word spoken within a council chamber is more likely to decide that of mine own. On the Yokai Watch event, it involves your favorite content, fates and grinding fates. Oh well, I'll bring snacks and tea. I probably won't do it today, but when I do, probably next time, I'll bring myself something to nibble on. If it takes a while, a pleasure. The others are already inside. Let's not keep them waiting.
I, Yugiri of Doma, am honored to meet you at last, Your Grace. To mark this auspicious occasion, I should like to present to you the finest treasures our humble nation has to offer. Alas, the circumstances which have brought me here today have divested me of both time and dignity. I come before you as a pauper in direst need of aid, to request that you grant my people asylum.
I, Nanamo, 17th in the line of Ul, welcome you to our city. Be at ease, Lady Yugiri. Although I myself have heard the tale of your misfortune, I would ask that you recount it once more for the benefit of the others here present.
As you wish, Your Grace. For many years, my nation, Doma, suffered under the yoke of imperial rule, and my people yearned to be free. Thus, when a war of succession broke out in Garlemald, we sought to take advantage of the chaos and reclaim our liberty. Alas, our enemy proved less preoccupied than we had hoped, and our rebellion was put down in the most brutal fashion.
Those who survived, how many do they number?
More than 200 souls huddle within the cramped confines of our own galleon's hold. Yet this figure accounts for but one of a number of ships which escaped the Purge. It is my hope that you will allow us all to dwell within your walls. Should that prove unfeasible, however, I humbly ask that you accept as many of my people as your resources allow. Pray understand, we do not beg a boon, but propose instead an arrangement. We would serve as soldiers or tradesmen until our debt is repaid.
What are the Syndicate's opinions on this matter?
Keep in mind, too, throughout history, when people made that type of proposal as a refugee, it was literally a type of slave contract that lasted for a set number of years. So when I say they're giving up a lot, I, really mean that.
I, for one, think it's a marvelous idea. Lady Yugiri and her people strike me as an industrious lot, and there are parts of the city which have yet to be fully restored. If they are willing to work, I see no reason not to let them.
Typically in America, you would get a contract that was 10-ish years, and you would work for a particular person, but you weren't allowed to work for anything else. They owned you, as dark as that history was, but after it was paid off, you were a free person and you could own land. And I'm guessing this is probably similar to that.
The head of the Mirage Trust is not known for his generosity. He sees profit in this.
So naturally, someone who's pro-profit would be for it.
Foreign refugees. To admit them would require a formal resolution. Shall we call a vote?
The law is the law. Lord Lolorito? Tell me,
Are you blind or willfully ignorant? Even now, our streets are choked with the displaced victims of the Calamity and Alamigan refugees. They live hand to mouth, subsisting on aid provided by the immortal flames, the cost of which grows ever higher.
Says man whose job it is to sit on his ass.
The wealth of Ul'dah is not without limits, my friends. And need I remind you that these refugees are prone to violence and criminal activity? You have all read the reports, I think.
If we were prone to that, we wouldn't have escaped.
Without homes or employment, it is only a matter of time before men grow desperate and take that which they imagine has been unjustly denied them. Yet, knowing this, you would have us swell their ranks. Mayhap you think the brass blades and the flames are not hard-pressed enough?
Do you have wax in your ears, old man? We literally said we would sign work contracts.
Some say the chairman of the East Aldenard Trading Company passes Gil thrice daily. This may explain how he came to be the wealthiest man in Ul'dah. Or it may simply be that he's ruthless beyond reckoning.
I mean, I guess you would be if you literally shit Gil thrice daily.
Surely the Sultanate can support the few hundred domins Lady Yugiri represents. That our resources have been taxed, I do not deny. But we are hardly in danger of financial collapse. I move that an exception be made.
An exception, Your Grace? I am suddenly reminded of a similar debate some years ago regarding a number of Alamigan refugees, if memory serves. What were your words that day? Yes. The law is the law, and so our visitors remained in Little Alamigo. Mayhap our wise and benevolent Sultana would be so good as to enlighten us as to which other of our laws should not be upheld.
Mind your tongue, Olorito.
My lord, I share your concern for the welfare of our great nation, but we must endeavor to take a longer view. You know as well as I that people can be a resource still more precious than gil.
Precious or not, they were never yet so reliable. And unlike those who frequent your establishment, I have no desire to gamble with my future. Ul'dah's greatest asset is, and has ever been, her material wealth. We risk this at our peril.
Which is obtained by... Finish sentence.
One need only look to Teleji Adeleji's example for evidence of the danger in allowing sentiment to dictate policy.
Show me your hands, old man. Let me see them calluses. Oh wait, you don't have any.
How far the vaunted Mirage have fallen, both in repute and profitability, since he began employing refugees.
How I choose to conduct my affairs is not your concern, my lord.
A proposal has been tabled. Given its urgency, I move we forego further debate and call a vote. To accept the Doman refugees or not. Those in favor, I bid you remain. Those opposed, I bid you leave.
Because I can't stand looking at you any longer anyways.
Would that it were within my power to welcome you and your people, Lady Yugiri. As you have observed, however, my authority in such matters is regrettably limited.
However, if you sail to the other side of Limsa, just follow the continent along the border until you reach it, I am fairly certain they would probably be more likely to take you in. Just because the whole pirate history and lots of men without families and all that jazz.
Without the consent of the Syndicate, I cannot act.
I understand, Your Grace, and I appreciate all that you have done on our behalf.
The nerve of the man! If that bastard had not forsaken the eastern trade route, little Alamigo would now be thriving. Oh, that you should have traveled so far under such dire circumstances, only to be refused in this manner is utterly unconscionable. Pray, accept my sincerest apologies.
So, he blames little Alamigo, and yet at the same time he is the one who has choked out their trading routes. Yeah, sounds about right.
Now that the Empire no longer poses an immediate threat, they see little reason to maintain the pretense of unity. The Monitorists have grown especially defiant of late. Lord Lolorito most of all. But this is neither the time nor place for that discussion.
If anything, I think we need to have more of this kind of discussion. Yeah, you're right, how annoyingly realistic it is, because I think at one point we would all do know a real Lolorito. Unfortunately, with the place I live, I know a lot of them. Prone to violence and criminal activity, who is he to speak of us thus? Are we to be punished for sins we were to never commit? It's not about you, it's about his ego. Did they not hear Lady Ugiri's pleas? How can they turn us away, knowing what we have endured? Because man is more about his status than the positions of other people, even if other people could potentially make him wealthier. It bears repeating that Lord Lolorito does not speak for the Syndicate. Well, apparently he just did. The others harbor doubts, I will allow, but in time they shall see the error of their ways. Okay, cool, that doesn't put food on tables. As Lord Lolorito goes, so does the Syndicate. My people could not endure another long sea voyage, but if Ul'dah will not accept us, what choice do we have? As you observed, Lolorito is not afraid to speak his mind, nor is he like to change it. Oft I have wondered how a man so skilled at weighing the worth of things should be so incapable of seeing the value in people. I will waste no more words on him, not when the Domans are yet in need of aid. Everyone follow me to the Hall of Flames. They're not even asking necessarily to be accepted into the main halls, but just to be accepted within the territory. Temporary asylum is a thing. Where's Hall of Flames? It's over here. Heck, part of the reason that I'm even in America today is because my grandfather and great-grandfather sought temporary asylum in Mexico. Why? Because America wasn't accepting refugees from the Middle East at the time. Mayhap I should have considered the likelihood of failure more deeply beforehand. Is there naught we can do to earn the approval of the Uldans? We do not wish to live by the grace of others. We want to work. We want to contribute. A galleon is no place for my people, for any people to call home. This cannot continue. I will not deny that certain portions of the refugee population have been a burden to the Sultanate, but I take issue with my counterparts' contention that they account for the majority. In this they are plainly mistaken. Even so, we must not think ill of them for wishing to protect our great nation. The Syndicate has spoken, and I see no point in moving that matter to be reconsidered. The Monotarists have made their position clear.
Agreed. Ul'dah is not an option. Nor are Limsa Lominsa or Gridania, I judge, given the state of their internal affairs. Which leaves our Doman friends confined to a ship. Gods, the thought of them huddled in airless holds with no hope for better treatment. Would that I had more time to find an alternative, a place not bound by the concerns of the great nations. Didn't we just have this goddamn discussion? Sir, same day! Minfilia, how big is our new residence? Minfilia, this is precisely what I wish to discuss. I understand the Syndicate's decision, I do. We all wish to preserve that which is ours, especially when we believe it to be under siege. But I cannot meekly accept this judgment, not while my people suffer. Would it be out of the question for the Sultanate to accept us for a limited time? A week, mayhap, or even just a few days? Excellent. I shall keep you informed.
She's a barren land, but you're welcome in it.
Lady Ugiri, I have a proposal if you wish to hear it. Out with it, Master Alphino. The headquarters of my order, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, stands in a place called Revenant Toll, an outpost in Mordona. Like most outposts, it's frequented by mercenaries and other men of action, and lacks the comforts of more well-established settlements. However, the leaders of Revenant Toll have been doing their utmost to change that. To that end, they have need of able-bodied individuals willing to work as frontier hands. Hard labor, lest you doubt, with naught save food and shelter to be way of reward.
Terms not unlike those which you yourself propose, Lady Ugiri.
Thou would not hear a word said against our beloved Ul'dah. Revenant's Toll would offer certain advantages, the absence of unhelpful bureaucracy being the word's most obvious. If they could accommodate us all, we shall gladly accept. Master Alphino, once again I find myself in your debt.
Cool, but you will have to help with the farming afterwards, because like I said, we barren AF and we need people to plant veggies.
Pray do not thank me, my lady. The life your people go to is one of hard labor and few comforts, as I told you. And before that, there remains the matter of how they may safely be borne in Revenant's Toll, which will be no small feat considering the distance of their present condition.
Yeah, it's kind of not accessible by sea. We're gonna have to take a carriage. We're gonna have to rent some chocobos.
Mayhap the Ul'dah Adventurers Guild could be of assistance. Look for me there anon.
I said, can I rent the airship? Lady Ugiri, if you and your people would accompany me, we may discuss what aid the Immortal Flames can provide. But the political side of the patch content is the reason why I personally enjoy it. Yeah, I don't mind when games discuss issues like these. I actually kind of like it. Some of my favorite games are very political, actually. Which is also why I kind of can't stand the discussion of, I don't want politics in games. Games have always had politics, because they are a form of art, and all art always has politics. The end. Some more adult than others, but even the outfits that characters wear, the manner of which they speak, all of it is technically politics. The hardware you're allowed to use to access it. Again, so much goes into it. We are concerned that the Doman refugees may find the journey to Revenant's Toll too much to bear. Too long have they been sequestered aboard their ship, with insufficient supplies and scarce room enough to breathe, let alone stretch their limbs. With that in mind, Mistress Momodi has kindly offered to accommodate the Domans until such time as they are ready to set out for Mordona. If it's anything like the trip from Japan to London in the 15th century, it would take approximately 6 months minimum. So I'm kind of assuming that for this too.
Those healthy enough to travel will embark as soon as transportation has been secured, while those too weak to leave at once will be permitted to stay until they regain their strength. Especially if you're kept in a ship's hold the entire time, you do start to have your muscles atrophy if you're not able to constantly go up on deck and move around. What news? Transportation means our greatest obstacle, General. Is there aught the Immortal Flames can do? Doesn't help that their food is completely rationed. I fear that exceeds our mandate. Were it a smaller number, mayhap it would go unnoticed, but the Syndicate will not bear the cost of escorting more than 200 domans to Mordona. When government fails to act, the responsibility falls to us private citizens. We gonna do a fundraiser? I will engage the services of the 77 caravans of the Doman's behalf. Very well. We shall begin to contract negotiations at once. Your generosity is most welcome, my lord. After all of this has befallen these good people, it is the least I can do. Come what may, you shall ever have a friend in Ul'dah, Lady Ugiri. And you in Revenant's Toll, my lord. Well, it sounds like we have work to do. Lady Ugiri, let us put our heads together and settle the details of our arrangement, shall we? I would entrust the task of escorting our Doman friends to you. After you have rested on your own road-weary legs, of course. What say you? Sure, but let's get people fed first. Because while the game is trying to walk a fine line of neutrality, it is coming to the side of the refugees. I mean, kind of how could you not, though? Even in the beginning of the quest, it even pointed out there's no such thing as true neutrality. You either choose to do something or you don't, and inaction is inaction still. I need to take a drink. My throat's too dry to speak. There we go, that's better. Inaction is a form of action, is what I'm trying to say. Doing nothing is still choosing to do something. And that something is nothing. But it was, nonetheless, a choice. As we speak, the Domans prepare for departure of Esper Bay, wherefrom they'll be transported by carriage to Ul'dah. That said, this has all been decided rather suddenly, and it would not surprise me if the refugees required some assistance in coordinating their preparations. Bren, I would have you return to Vesper Bay and facilitate the process through tasks great and small. In short, whatever must needs be done, do it. Speak with a man named Hozan while you arrive. As Lady Ugiri tells it, he has been designated the leader of the first group. I know that these tasks may seem trifling at times. However, they are vital to ensuring the safety of the refugees for the pending journey. Hey, let's teleport. I also don't see why to this day some people think games as a medium shouldn't be allowed to touch more mature topics. Because that is essentially what people are saying. Ugh, I smell their stench on the wind even here. You sure it's not just you there sitting out wet and unwashed in the rain? Greetings. Alphino informed me that the Scion would be arriving to help with the preparations. I'm honored to meet you, though shamed as well. A great warrior should not be tasked with such trivialities. I'm sorry, do you think your only job is to kill things? I knew from a glance what manner of person you were. I too... You know, being an aura, that hits a little different. I too have some skills at arms, as do many of our people. Pray forgive this trifle, but might I trouble you to come help round up the children that have been given into my care? They are most adept at staying hidden from my sight, but perhaps your keen eyes will succeed where I have failed. You have my thanks, friend. Please seek out my son, Yozan. He can tell you more. Or, you know, maybe they're more comfortable with me because horns. Oh, hello there. I'm Yozan, son of Hozan. Will you be coming with us to Ul'dah? I hear we were traveling by horse-drawn carriage. But don't you think they're weird? Giant birds that people ride like horses? I still want to try riding one, but... What's that? You're looking for the others? Don't worry, I only told them to get ready for the carriages. I'll need your help, though. We were just finishing a game of hide-and-seek. 3 players are still hiding, and since Lady Ugiri told us to take it really seriously, they won't move until they're found. But Vesper Bay isn't that big, so I bet you can find them in no time. I bet they had their kids hide on purpose, in case they were escorted away. Maybe that would give their kids a chance to stay here and not die at sea. Alright, kiddos. Yep, there's one. Maybe that's what he's referring to. They don't like the smell of the chocobos, which is weird because chickens actually smell kind of good. How did you find me? Ugh, I guess I need to practice more. Or maybe you're just good at this. I mean, the Garleans didn't find me. Oh, that's a dark implication. Oh, there's one. Are you playing? No fair. Yozan didn't say anything about adults. Huh? We got to ride a horsebread carriage? I don't know, that sounds scary. But if Yozan says it's safe, I'll go. They can stink if you don't keep their pens clean, but otherwise, chicken and birds in general, they actually smell kind of nice. Kind of earthy. Hey, you're not Yozan. Who are you? I'm Koharu. Ren, huh? I didn't know anyone else was... Wait a minute. You're one of those, stallions, aren't you? No, scions! Then you must know Lady Ugiri, right? Isn't she great? She's really good at hide-and-seek, too. Oh, right. It's almost time to go. Nice meeting you! Well, she probably has that ninja technique that lets her turn invisible. What is that? Wonderful. The children are all accounted hide and seek. Oh, I see that you are curious. It's quite simple, really. Lady Ugiri thought it best that the children know what to do in case the Garleans found us. I should hope that those days are behind us, but I nevertheless take comfort in knowing that we are prepared. Why we adventure. The first caravan is due to depart shortly, followed by the rest at regular intervals. My family and I, including my stubborn old father Home, will be traveling in the lead carriage together with young Koharu, whom I believe you've already met. Though I understand the road to Ul'dah is regularly patrolled by your brass blades, it would give us great comfort if you would agree to accompany us on our journey. Hurry on, Jay. You need to guard this one while I'm out. Don't just stay in the study reading books all day. Once again, I thank you for your kindness. When you are ready to leave, please inform our coachman. The reports of a great beast on the road to Ul'dah are most troubling. Fascinating creatures. Whence did they come? Honestly, no idea. Oh, it's so fluffy! Grandfather is so lucky. These horse birds smell terrible. No, they don't. You're just not used to it. You gonna be off, are ya? Ah, well, I was mean to have a word with you about that. Runner from the blade says we might have a problem. If your chocobo stinks, you need to bathe it. They're not supposed to. A fierce-looking beastie has been sighted south of the brigade to Hammerley. Might be as someone's eyes are playing tricks on him, of course, but it don't pay to gamble in this business. Now, I know you can handle yourself in a fight, but this lot's here is another story. So I was thinking you might go on ahead and have a quick look around. Make sure the area is safe, and if you come across anything dangerous, you know what to do. When you're satisfied the way's clear, meet us outside the horizon. The blades tell me the road there is safe, so I reckon we can make it that far on our own. Assuming the self-same bastards don't try to rob us, that is. Okay, survey the road. If there is a dangerous beast, I can probably just take care of it.
You wonder what Chocobo smells like? I'm probably just assuming, like, chickens. You know how cheese kind of smells good despite the fact that it's still technically stinky? It's kind of like that, but different. I mean, people's pets technically have a smell to them, too. You just get used to it. Dogs have a smell, cats have a smell, guinea pigs have a smell, birds have a smell. Heck, humans do, too. Old people have a different smell. Kids have a different smell. Babies, young babies have a different smell. Adults have a different smell. They have wings, so does that mean they can fly? Sometimes. And does that mean we can fly if we ride one? Which do you think would win in a race? A horse or a horse bird? Probably the horse. Chocobos don't go that fast. They're more endurance than speed. I must say, that was a surprisingly pleasant ride. Mayhap the journey to Revenant's Toll will not be so bad after all. It pleases me to see you well. Come, let the coachman know that we can continue towards Ul'dah. So there was a beastie. Was being the operative word, eh? Have I tried the benchmark? No, I have not. I heard that they're going to be tweaking it anyway. We fought. Well fought, well fought. Ah, if only we were in better health. I should have been proud to stand at your side. Pay my son no mind. He forgets that his responsibilities preclude acts of daring do. Be that as it may, I cannot help but envy you. Had we been able to call upon heroes of your strength and skill in Doma, things would have been very different. Ah, but we cannot change the past. Those who fought and fell are forever lost to us. Lost but not forgotten. Lady Ugiri's kinsmen least of all. They fought fiercest, though they knew full well it was in vain. She had every right to walk away, yet she chose to stay. Food, shelter, the promise of a better life, all this and more we owe to her. How does one even begin to repay such a debt? In kind, father. To she who has given everything, we shall give her all. Whatever work is to be done, we shall do without question. Ditch digging, bricklaying, it matters not. Revenant's Toll will grow and prosper by our hands. Ooh! Very eager children. Hey, Koharu and I want to know why you became an adventurer. To gain power, to win glory, to amass fortune. To go where the wild rose blooms. They won't, say that. What answer would I best give children? Well, I'm not rich, so if I say to amass fortune, they're gonna laugh at me. I don't want to say power, because that makes me come off as a lunatic. I'll say glory. To help others, I guess. Glory. Oh, like bringing honor to your family, you mean? Yes, father always goes on about that. It's my turn now. Excuse me, I've got a question. What's Revenant Toll like? Is it pretty? Depends on your definition. I think it's pretty, but others would disagree with me. It's a bustling outpost frequented by countless adventurers. It's a bastion of civilization in a harsh and unforgiving wilderness. It's home to the scions of the Seventh Dawn. It's a stone throw from the Imperial Castrum. Let's not scare the children. I don't know if they wouldn't know what Scions of the Seventh Dawn is. I'll say it's an outpost. frequented by adventurers, so lots of new people. You're new people, and it's full of other new people, so we can all be new together.
You mean there's lots of people who are just as strong as you? Oh, I can't wait! Enough, Koharu. It's my turn again. Ren, when I'm older, I want to be strong like you. What do I have to do?
Seek out new experiences, adventures. True. Fight ferocious beasts. Let's not give the kids ideas. Train every day. Yep. Buy weapons and armor from Rowena. Technically not false, but train every day. Perseverance is key. Just like actual working out, which I will have to do later. Because I am trying to bulk up, and part of the bulking up is you have to do the workout.
Ah, so my father was right. How do you do it then? Come on, tell me, and don't leave anything out.
Alright, that's enough questions.
That's not fair. Why does Yogan get to ask 2 questions? I want to know about adventuring just as much as he does. Just one more, please. Do you think I could be an adventurer like you one day?
I don't see why not.
Really? Then I will. Thanks for the advice. I won't forget it. I'm going to be an adventurer too. When we get to Revenant's Toll, let's make an adventurers guild for the Domans. We'll protect our friends and punish the wicked. Just like Bren and Lady Yugiri. Yeah, just like Bren and Lady Yugiri.
We can talk more about it when the carriage on the way. Will you be joining us? Yeah. I want to make sure no tomfoolery happens. Yeah, I'm kind of come what may when it... with what happens to the graphics. If I need to adjust when it actually gets here, I will. But I've heard they're still tweaking it for the final thing anyway, so... I've seen some people's avatars after the benchmark, but I'm kind of afraid to do my own. At least not until it's finalized. Mind letting Master Alphino know we're here? I need to stay with the birds.
I bet they could keep out an entire legion with those walls.
Would you look at that?
How many steps are there? 100? I'm gonna count.
You're gonna lose count. Can you count that high? It'll be good to sleep in a proper bed for a change, even if it's only for a night. Oh, he means these steps. I thought he meant all the way to Mordona. Count every step to Mordona. Oof. Note to self, pack board games for children. I would rather pretend to lose 24 games of Monopoly than ride with children who have literally nothing else to keep them occupied. We welcome your return. Has the first group arrived already? Wonderful. Pray inform Master Alphino at once. I pray they do not grow too accustomed to this treatment. It is a welcome respite, to be sure, but a far cry from what we can expect in Revenant's Toll. Ah, Bren, I take it the first group has arrived. Excellent. Is there aught else? No, I have matters well in hand here. You and Lady Yugiri shall travel to the Revenant's Toll forthwith. Did that person snap their fingers and then change into a new form? Is that a thing? Or did the two just happen to go off at the same time? All due respect. It is past time Lady Yugiri met with the guild representatives in Revenant's Toll. Since I do not foresee any further matters arising here in Thanalan which might require your personal attention, I would instead have you serve as an escort to the Doman delegation for the duration of the journey. I'll get those board games.
Take the chest out of my room. Speak first with Slaffborn upon your arrival. He is one with whom the Domans will be working most closely, I should think. Afterwards, introduce Lady Ugiri to Minfilia and the Guild Emissary. If both meetings go well, the resulting ties should stand the Domans in good stead for that which is to come. Safe travels. You needn't concern yourselves with affairs here. I'm more than capable of overseeing preparations for the remaining caravans. Should other Doman vessels arrive, I will inform the citizen at once.
Yeah, that's the thing. You need to have something to keep children entertained for that kind of trip. Board games, plushies. Let's talk to the Weavers Guild and get some teddy bears made. Or they need to get more accustomed to chocobos. Make some baby chocobo chicks. It's an emote that went off. It seemed like that person changed at the exact same time, though. It'd be really cool if they could tie the two together. So, like, you snap your fingers and basically you change classes. That'd be cool. And this must be the esteemed Lady Ugiri and her associates. I greet you all as friends and bid you welcome to the toll. I hope you do not find our dearth of fineries off-putting. Poor though we may seem, we have a wealth of spirit and camaraderie to spare. You see, race and creed don't enter into it here. We welcome all sorts, provided that they're willing to earn their keep, of course.
We are no strangers to hard work, Mr. Slaffborn. You may rest assured that we will carry out your orders with due diligence.
Oh, not for a moment did I doubt your commitment, my lady. Pray understand, I give the same speech to all new arrivals. And you needn't bow your head and call me master either. We're both frontier heads, as far as I'm concerned.
As you wish, Slaffborn. May this meeting mark the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship.
Our guests have yet to meet the ascetizen? 7 hells, Bren, why are you wasting time with me? See them to the rising stones. He actually seems like a kind of fun dude. Like, really blunt, but fun. Good-spirited.
At long last, we have an opportunity to prove our worth. You shan't regret this.
The sentries appear more than capable. Even so, it may be best to forbid people from venturing beyond the walls unescorted, for the time being at least.
To whom much is given, much is expected. Forgive me, I require a moment to compose my thoughts before meeting with your leader. We shall join you at the Rising Stones anon.
In Philia, we're gonna have guests. Like, a lot of them. Like, enough to be considered a small country.
'Tis no use. Our attempts to reach the students of Valdesian continue to meet with failure. Urianger has explored other avenues of inquiry, but they too have yielded naught. We will persevere, of course, yet within our hearts the truth is clear. We are awaiting confirmation of that which we already know.
Whole school got taken out?
How fare the Domans? I am given to understand you were kept quite busy in Vesper Bay. Mayhap you question the wisdom of aiding refugees when the primal threat remains unsolved.
No.
I should not blame you if you did.
I didn't.
Nor would I deny that this matter falls outside our normal purview. Be that as it may, I could not ignore the plight of the refugees, not when it was within our power to help them. Lady Ugiri is here? Please show her in. I would very much like to meet her.
Yeah, that right there was a Mihote bow.
We have no objections. Pray do so with our blessing. Your answer pleases me beyond words, my lady. But are you quite certain? We have no way of knowing how many might answer my summons. In the event that Revenant's toll could not accommodate us all, we would need to find an alternative solution. Should that come to pass, we will find it together.
As ever, it has been a pleasure, a citizen. Alas, we must take our leave, as the first carriages are due to arrive at any moment. Should you require aught else, pray speak with Slaftborn, Lady Ugiri. Ren. Yeah, the tail animation might be different. I would have to watch it back to see it again. But the way she bows exactly like Mihote, you're right. I dare not give myself hope in full, but for the first time in many moons, I am willing to do so. Mayhap I worry overmuch, with so many able-bodied adventurers about what beast could pose a threat. Yeah, well... I'm amazed that none here knew of the War of Succession until we arrived. Have you truly heard naught of what has transpired? You're probably the first people to get out. Lemon and I will make all the necessary preparations to ensure that our Doman friends feel at home upon their arrival. Though I must admit that I'm still troubled about the matter of the missing crystals. Y'shtola should be returning anon with a report from afield. Mayhap you could wait here and speak with her upon her arrival?
How goes the fishing? Caught anything slippery?
Coming from you, that sounds weird.
Aye. Our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reavers are indeed the culprits.
The plot thickens.
Not really. That's what I told you at the beginning. I just couldn't remember their names. 'Cause it's been a few episodes.
Has there been any movement in Thanalan?
It has been blessedly quiet. Which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning a fleet with such crystals as they have hoarded. Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
Then we have our explanation.
Your explanation for what, pray tell?
Leviathan, probably, because the Serpent Reavers are tempered by...
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja. Yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Vilbrand?
Because I remember the Sahagin said that they worshipped Leviathan, and we've yet to see him, so...
There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late. Oh gods. They mean to summon Leviathan?
There you go, it all clicked together.
That is the way of it, I fear. Whilst conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Reavers. With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. 'Tis only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas. But there is more. One of the Sahagin, an elder by my judgment, spoke of attaining the gift and knowledge of eternity.
More Ascian involvement, I would assume. The sudden need for Excedrin says yes.
Such a disturbance in the ether. If I did not know better, I should think this device defective. And there is the explanation.
Soon it shall begin. Our Lord shall rise midst surging waves to wash away the finless ones. And I shall be granted the gift and knowledge of eternity, and with the emissary stand equal. Then shall I know no cessation, no oblivion.
You do realize that being fish people doesn't actually make you immune to a tsunami.
The emissary?
it can still throw you against the land and against the rocks with such a force that's deadly. So a tsunami would hurt you too, actually. It would destroy the lands of which you keep your clutch, your eggs, as well. Since to my knowledge you hatch your children on land.
The gift and knowledge.
Are the two of you quite well?
You shared that vision, did you not? Even before the Sahagin made mention of the emissary, I recognized Elidibus's words. He is behind this. But surely it is not within his power to grant the echo.
Okay, Elidibus, that's how you pronounce that.
My lady, unless we act swiftly, Leviathan will rise again. The Admiral has already requested that we intervene to prevent this. Failing that, we are to attend to the Primal's extermination.
She will have our full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa. I mean to play a part in this mission. Tataru, pray, take charge in my absence.
My lady, are you sure this is wise?
I am aware of the risks, but there is something I must see with mine own eyes. The true nature of the echo.
Very well. I shall not stand in your way. On the condition that you permit me to accompany you as bodyguard.
Yeah, there is a question too. If it can be granted to people regardless of the will of the crystal, and potentially the Asians have it too, is it actually a gift from the Mother Crystal?
Your company is ever welcome, Thancred.
Unless, of course, they're just messing with us.
I take it something ill is afoot.
Aye. A primal is about to be loosed upon Eorzea.
She might not know what that is.
Primal?
No. I'm pretty sure this is an Eorzea exclusive phenomena. Judging by everyone's reaction to it.
Very existence is a bane upon the land. We scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to put an end to their kind.
Big kaiju! But yeah, they mentioned too that the Garleans didn't have any such thing either.
I see. Know then that I am learned in the arts of war. In return for the kindness you have shown my people, I would lend you my blade.
It would be most welcome. When contending with a primal, one can never have too many able allies. If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it. Be sure to come well prepared.
And stay far away. Maybe tell them about tempering so they know to not get close. She's not protected like we are, Y'shtola. The sea rises.
Plainly, should the worst come to pass and Leviathan is summoned, our only recourse will be to face him in battle. Given past experience, you may very well think that eventuality inevitable. Yet so long as there is even a chance that the Primal's return might be prevented, we must needs bend all our efforts towards achieving that goal. Before we do aught else, let us hasten to Limsa Lominsa and meet with the Admiral. She will not have been idle in her intervening time, and will doubtless have valuable information to share.
Okay, same thing. Slightly different phrase, but same thing. To Limsa. Y'shtola's also not protected. Oh, so it's just us? I thought potentially having some form of an echo, thus being a scion, was enough.
Oh right, I also have Deputy Post Moogle Quest, Kupo. Later, Kupo.
I'll do that more when I do the Yokai Watch thing, I think. You're expected. Pray take this lift to the command room. Welcome back, friends. I take it Yustola has apprised you of the situation? Let us waste no time, then. According to our best intelligence, the Sahagin had not crystals enough to summon their god. Alas, we did not count on the Serpent Reavers venturing as far as Thanalan to supplement their cache. For our sore-sightedness, we are faced with the grim prospect of Leviathan's imminent return. Needless to say, I am not inclined to let the Fishbacks have their way. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom makes ready to launch a large-scale operation to thwart the summoning, and we would welcome the Scion's support in this endeavor. But if, gods forbid, our efforts should come to naught, we will need to trouble you for more than mere support, much as I did when Titan last walked these lands. Lady Minfilia, am I given to understand that you mean to accompany our soldiers to the front lines? I can only assume that you have sound reasons for doing so.
I do, Admiral, but I would rather not be drawn on their nature. I will say only that there is something I would see with mine own eyes.
Is that so? Well, I am not so stubborn as to deny the wish of one whose aid I require, but precautions must be taken. I shall require that you remain by my side at all times. With that settled, let us speak of the operation. Lieutenant Nightmare, our scouts are currently reconnoitering Sahagin movements within the Sapsa spawning grounds. Upon completing their mission, they will return to the operations staging point at Camp Skull Valley. I want you to make way there forthwith, that you might be appraised of the latest intelligence. Commander Falk Breda has charge of the garrison. In case I wasn't clear, time is short, Lieutenant. Make haste to Camp Skull Valley and request the latest intelligence from Commander Falk Breda.
There may not be a better chance to learn the true nature of the Echo. I cannot well allow the opportunity to pass me by.
The Warrior of Light and Minfilia have... Oh, just us, huh? The other... and some of the other lesser members. Yeah, that just raises more questions. I kind of thought they all had it. Whoop. What the... Oh, it's this thing. Big robot fart. Right in my eardrums. Should be you. Yeah, there we go. Give the fire sand a wild berth, eh? You're liable to sneeze us all to the high heavens.
A soldier of the Maelstrom has kindly furnished me with information on the enemy. Armed with this knowledge, I promise you that my presence will count for something.
What, gunpowder flammable?
I've been expecting you, Scion of the Seventh Dawn. On behalf of the men and women here, I thank you for your cooperation. The safety of our citizens is paramount. With your aid, we will prevent Leviathan's return.
Scouts in distress.
As you may already know, Maelstrom scouts have been dispatched to reconnoiter at the Sapsa spawning grounds. Though it pains me to admit it, the Maelstrom has never faced a foe the likes of this before. We must proceed with all due caution. Among other things, they have orders to determine where Leviathan might emerge, assuming it comes to that. And yet, the return is long overdue. I fear that ill may have befallen them. For better or worse, we must ascertain their fate. If it is not too much to ask, I would have you aid us in the search. 5 scouts ventured into Sapsa all told. Here, take this flask of restorative to tend to those who have maybe been wounded. Though it pains me to even consider the notion, if they have perished, circumstances permitting, I ask you recover their bodies. By no means venture too deep into enemy territory. I'm fine, I've been deeper. However, we can ill afford to lose you at this juncture.
venture too deep. About that. Yeah, about building this weapon I'm carrying. Help somebody of all the times to forget the restorative. Thank you, I owe you my life. We were ambushed by the Serpent Reavers. Lately armed as we were, you're carrying an axe. We didn't stand a chance. I was able to flee this far, but the others were captured. They were taken to the Serpent's Tongue, I'm certain of it. I can make my own way back to camp, but I fear the worst for my comrades. Save them, I beg you. Why the hell would you come to this place without proper equipment? You know what this is. It literally glows, man. Hey, I know only bad things exist beyond these walls, but I came here under-equipped. The Echo is not common. The only things the city-states have been doing is basically sending waves of people there to death to deal with it. Oh, I meant just the Scions. I didn't mean regular people, I meant the Scions. I thought all the Scions had it. Okay, that one's not important. Yes, these take a bit to interact with because they're heavy. And yet somehow I'll carry them both back. I have to assume, too, that Lalafels are as strong as any other person, despite their size. Like Little T's in Crystal Chronicles, they're actually stronger. Short size don't mean nothing. A Little T can literally pick up a cow. Adventure, how might I be of service? Oh, wrong one. You've returned. Thank the Navigator. When I learned that you went to the Serpent's Tongue by yourself, I feared you would meet an untimely demise. But tell me, what became of the others? When returned, 2 dead. Dear gods, these wounds were not intended to kill, but to torture and maim. Does their savagery know no bounds? Enemies or no, they go too far. I dread to think what may have become of the 2 who remain unaccounted for. I pray that they haven't suffered the same evil fate. At the very least, one of my men came back alive, and for that I owe you my thanks. The price paid was dear, but we have the intelligence we need. Even as we speak, the Admiral finalizes the details of the operation. The war horns will sound any moment now. Be ready to sally forth when they do. The Gift of Eternity. Or is it? Thrice damned fishback bastards! I'll kill them slowly and then chase their rotten souls through all the 7 hells. Peace, Commander. We're here for a purpose, and vengeance is not it. I want your mind on the task at hand. Savvy? Remember, not all Sahagins are bad, just like not all people are bad. My apologies, Admiral. You may count on me to keep a clear head. Good. According to our sole surviving scout, the Sahagin and the Thralls have already begun to amass an aetherite in the depths of the Sapsa. If we are to act, it must be now. The men are ready, but await your orders, Admiral. As predicted, the Sahagin have tightened security in and around the spawning grounds. A frontal assault is like to be met with fierce resistance. Ah, but we are not so artless as they, Commander. We shall divide our foes and strike them hard and fast at key locations.
Remember, our ultimate objective is to take the Sopsa Aetherite and eliminate the Sahagan priest presiding over the summoning. We are not here to kill them all. Mind that they have civilians too. The Maelstrom shall engage and distract the Sahagan legion of drowned pirates at the Serpent's Tongue. Commander, you have charge over this effort. Be mindful that the lay of the land there is devilish for attacking forces. Let the foreign levies spearhead the assault, and have subsequent units fan out to cover their flanks. At the selfsame moment, a diversionary squadron formed of galleons from the Crimson Fleet shall harry the enemy from offshore. And likewise, we Scions shall form smaller units in hopes of confusing the Sahagan defensive effort. Bren and Yustola, the two of you are to make your way to the site of the summoning ritual, since I'm immune to it. The Admiral's diversion should serve to thin the enemy's defenses, rendering your path less perilous. A small party, I believe, should be able to win through without drawing unwarranted attention. Thancred and Yugiri, your mission is to lure as many Sahagan as possible out of the spawning grounds. Having done so, take on to your heels and circle round to join the infiltration unit of Yustola and Bren. When all has been set in motion, I myself shall cut a path to the Aetherite, accompanied by Lady Miniphilia as we agreed. Well, don't let me keep you, friends. To battle. When did we last fight side by side, Bren? Too long ago, I warrant. But come, let us away. Not since y'all got kidnapped. Even with the diversions, the path to the Aetherite is bound to be fraught with danger. Pray be on constant guard. Once everything has been set in motion, I too shall make my way to the Aetherite. As previously agreed, Lady Minphilia will be with me. Okay, first checkpoint is this way. It's sort of underneath the eye, I think. Oh, lucky day. I need these. And I am still working on the books. It's just that those fates to grind, man. Sometimes they appear, and other times I spend the whole day doing something else, because they never show up. Even if I clear out other fates to help them refresh faster, do they show? No. There's actually been one that I did recently. Hang on. I swear I did it. It was this one. The Enmity of My Enemy. I did this one. I got good marks on it too. And it didn't count for some reason. I don't know why. I got it to spawn, because you do the one with the mecha tank that's in the Sylph area, the one you get the key for, and it causes this one to spawn. Been able to figure that out. But even though I completed the mission, and I did it by myself too, so I assume I would have gotten a high enough ranking, it didn't mark it as finished. I don't know if it was a glitch or what. Okay. People here doing the raid, don't mind me. Whoop. Some fates do have multiple parts, but that one, once it was done, it seemed like it was done. It was actually the second part of the other raid I mentioned. But when I finished it,
and it was clearly marked the enmity of my enemy, it didn't count as complete. And the thing is, too, I've done that one before when I was grinding the paladin weapon. And that's when that one was complete then. And that time I wasn't even alone when I did it. I did it with a whole bunch of other people who were apparently doing the same thing. So that's even more confusing. I don't know, maybe it just glitched. Because a lot of these are the same missions that were in the Zodiac books for the sword. They're just repeats. So I recognize it. But for some reason it just didn't count. You okay, Stola?
Pray do not concern yourself, was but a glancing blow. Come, the Aetherite is close at hand, let us press on.
Oh, does it have two parts? Huh. The first part isn't with the,
They have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both.
The first part wasn't with the Machina that you fight, is it? Nice, Thancred.
Did I miss much? So that is how you fight in the Far East. Mental note, pick no quarrel with Domans.
Yeah, if you want to learn more, I can teach you since I've already finished that class.
But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency.
Who said you need to? Oftentimes elegance just means you have good balance. Not gonna lie, kinda thought he was gonna come down and kick him in the head. Just because you wield weapons doesn't mean it's the only thing you have to use.
To the Aetherite!
Fine, I've taken on bigger hordes, and I have a healer. If anything, you stole as a bonus. Thank you, Admiral.
You'll forgive me my lateness.
There's no other character in this story yet that has a gun. Which is kind of surprising.
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Long have you shriveled Zorwalkers tormented our kind,
Shriveled. Pot meet kettle.
but no more! Your time is at an end! You shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs. Lord of the world, hearken to our plea. Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
Do you feel that?
I mean, I see it too. Can you not? Can you not see the glow?
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
What?
Such power! It is transcendent!
Yeah, she hit him in the back of the neck. That should be a kill shot. Oh, he's gonna possess one.
Seven hells.
Just like an Asian.
Strike me down if you will. It is futile. I have mastered the gift. I am eternal.
Provided you keep taking bodies.
O mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial, I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you, come forth!
You fool, you won't have any bodies to jump through if you kill us all.
Foolish shorewalker! You cannot kill that which is eternal!
Seriously, they mistook my swordfish for that?
Heavens forfend.
Damn it all!
My being ebbs away. It should by right be infinite.
You got turned into Aether. Guess what your lord eats.
Am I not immortal? Curse you, emissary! You promised me everlasting.
And thus he became Blackfist.
Where did he go?
What's say you? Nary a single ship? Hells take that sea demon. Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates.
That was quick.
Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost.
They've been gone for like 15 seconds.
For a mercy, 'twould seem the Primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless...
In order to bake tsunami, you have to do it further out.
God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave.
Okay, so yep, they're both named the same. Enmity of my enmity is spawned after the fate is spawned by completion of the enmity of my enemy, which is very confusing. Yes, it is. Because the one I did, it was the Garlean soldiers in the area that were up fighting against the Sylphs. So if there's a part after that, then yeah, that might have been the problem. I don't remember. I did it super late at night. Thank you, though, DJT. I guess I'll have to do it again. I guess I've already done this weapon quest once already. Nothing quite doing the Zodiac books twice. Some Call Me Johnny would either be proud or disturbed. The gods of this realm are vengeful beings. 'Tis of little wonder the Garlands fear their kind so. If we meet Leviathan on the open sea, we put ourselves at the Primal's mercy. We must think of a way to face him on equal terms. Though the mission ended in failure, I take solace in the knowledge that Minophilia is unharmed. Had only we arrived but a moment earlier, but there is no time to brood over what might have been. Leviathan is returned, and we must needs find a way to deal with him. Understood. I speak of no normal wall of water. That which Leviathan makes ready to conjure carries more destructive power than aught seen in nature. So, about the planet I live on. Enough to raise entire coastal settlements. Of his last attempt is any guide. We cannot suffer history to be repeated. Yet how in the seven hells are we to prevent it? Yeah, there's a reason they had to delay this. Into the heart of the whirl, Melwib is brooding over Leviathan's return. Though our plight cries out for action, we must make thought. So long as Leviathan remains in the open sea, he is effectively beyond our reach. Our fleet is second to none. Of that you may be sure. But Lemian herself would struggle to best the Lord of the Whirl in his element. In a straight fight, he would make meat and matchwood of us all. We need another plan. That much is plain. Let us return to Limsa and see if we cannot think of one. I shall await you at the command room. How long does it take him to conjure one? Sounds like you need to send me out there ASAP. It's not enemy, it's enmity, which tripped me up as well. I could have sworn it said enmity. But then again, I sort of half glanced at it, because when you wait for 4+ hours for something to spawn, sometimes you don't fully read it. You see something that's close enough out of the corner of your vision, and you're like, there it is! You're expected in the command room. Pray do not tell the Admiral but waiting. Admiral waiting. Words. When I see Leviathan rise from the depths, I cannot well describe what I felt. Fear. Probably terror. Just absolute, sheer, unbridled terror. No words could prepare one for such a sight. To confront the Lord of the Whirl in his watery domain is far from ideal, yet he is not likely to come to us. Would that he lack the means to strike us from afar. Being the observant adventurer that you are, you will doubtless have noticed my dagger work back at Sapsa. You know me, Bren, I like to dabble in a bit of this and that. What has Yugiri been teaching you things behind the scenes?
The Sahagan Elder claimed to have become eternal, yet he was summarily consumed by Leviathan. What might this imply?
Crystals composed of aether. Primal eat aether.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western Lanosha. Hearthstone, it was called.
It is pronounced Lenosha! This is the first time I've heard him say it! My bad!
Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the company of heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagan.
Aye, the thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystals stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations. If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The Primal must be stopped.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells! Is there no way that we might strike back?
Airship plus harpoon? It's worked well on other Final Fantasy worms.
The company of heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail us little to consult past experience.
And how the heck are we supposed to lead him anywhere when he's in the open sea? If we cast a net, he's probably just gonna drag us to the bottom of the ocean.
Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe.
I don't know how to tell you this, Slafsren, but I can't drink the whole sea.
This, in effect, is what the company of heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told.
Corrupted ones specifically.
If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
You have sea serpents that size?
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Oh, that. But I used pure crystals for that.
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and Vermelis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another.
Maybe, but if it works, hear me out, potentially we could make devices for other primals?
In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe. But I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
I mean, is it worth it that we don't all drown?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed two ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
It will be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well. Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Morabee Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait.
We don't care if it sinks after the fact. It only takes a tiny ship to get us home. The rest is just going to be carrying rocks.
Storm Marshal Slafierson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
At once, Admiral.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
Okay. Speak with Yuri in the command room, that's close enough. I have my people working on the triple shafts of the twin vessel, but it will take some time yet. Time we may not have. 7 hells, this waiting is liable to drive the lot of us mad. Just weld the hulls together. We don't care if they sink afterwards. Being the observant adventurer that you are, you will doubtless have noticed. My dagger work? Okay, says the same thing. Beings held as gods also exist in what you call the Far East. Legends tell us that they walk among us in days of yore, but I confess that I have never truly believed them. That I should live to behold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Okay, that's worth keeping in mind. Now that I have come face to face with the Primal, I do begin to understand why the Garleans fear them so. They are wooden boats, but you can still clamp a metal plating to the exterior to weld them. What is it? A message, Admiral. I judged it best that it be delivered at once. I'm listening. According to the Yellow Jackets, a man has appeared who claims to have defeated Leviathan. Yeah, doubt it. One of the company of heroes. The details are hazy, Admiral. We dispatched one of our own to question the individual. I'm disinclined to put any store in this claim. And even should it be true, it is as Yustola said.
None save the company of heroes have bested Leviathan, and we know how they went about it. If this man is of their number, what could he tell us that we do not know already? And yet, having wagered Limsa's survival on 2 ships, some rope, and a pile of crystals— you're using rope! Can we afford to ignore this man? If his testimony could yield us any matter of advantage, shall we not hear it? Damn it all. The twin vessel will soon be ready. We have no time to wait for the Maelstrom's report on the supposed Primal Slayer's claims. Friend, seek him out and learn what he knows. At the very least, it will spare you the torment of waiting for the reckoning and idleness. The 2 men you're looking for are believed to be residents of the Grey Fleet in Lower Lenosha. Lenosha! I should say Lenosha now, since I finally heard them say it. Lenosha. The Storm Private sent to question him should already be in the vicinity. May your journey prove fruitful. The Grey Fleet. Where is the Grey Fleet? Yeah, the fact that they don't have a Echo and they dealt with the Titan and Leviathan in the past is really impressive. I have no idea how they would do that, though. Long distance warfare? Okay, where's the Grey Fleet? It is not even here. It is way out here. Actually, I could probably just use this to go to lower since it's faster. Or not. It's about halfway. Still faster. Fastest would have actually been warping to Costa del Sol and then coming down. Oh, well, it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, you can weld 2 boats together if you have some sort of like steel beam and just 2 outer metal coats. Even just 2 planks that you nail into the wood. It don't have to be pretty, trust me. It can be the ugliest welding job you've ever seen, but it'll still stick. Nah, I knew it. Now look here, you. You'll have your bloody story right after you carry those sacks of grain over to the mill. But sir, this is what you said before you had me pick the oranges for you, and before I mucked the chocobo stables, and before I rolled that millstone over to the mill, and also before... Gods, man. I've worked 3 days straight without a wink of sleep. 3 days, and do you hear me complaining? I suppose some of us just ain't made for the rougher stuff. Alright, alright. I'll give you what you want. Never let it be said that old Trake Tom ain't a generous soul. Now pick up your ears, because I won't be repeating myself. Too modest, see? Besides, there's only so much epicness a man can take in one sitting, you keen? The tale of Trekatum's epic victory over dead primal Leviabetus. Sounds like diabetes. Leviabetus. Now, Leviabetus, huge, make no mistake. To give you an idea how big, each of his scales is about as wide across as my members long. And he's arrogant that way too. And that's no man's feat, let me tell you. When I fought him, I could barely see for all the brine he was pelting me with. Must have been a lagoon's worth at least. Somehow, with the other thing that feels weirdly inappropriate. He even knocked my trusty axe out of my hands at one stage. Of course, that proved to be a grave mistake. What happened next? Well, I grabbed him by the tail and tied him up in knots. But not wanting to take all the glory for myself, I left my mates of the company of heroes handle the rest. Like I said, I'm modest as well as heroic. Mayhap too modest. Now, some is say you can never truly beat Leviabetus. That you've got to learn to live with them and make the best of a bad situation. Not the company, though. Well, I can't breathe underwater, sir, so, I unfortunately can't learn to live with them. It's you! Not unless I'm gonna make Bioshock Rapture. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I was just enjoying the attention is all. I take back everything I said. But considering Rapture is made out of Pyrex, the earthquake that would be generated by the tsunami would still cause it to shatter.
Because, you know, being underwater doesn't necessarily mean that you're immune to the force emitted by the waves. I was never part of the company of heroes. I'm no marauder. I'm actually a complete coward. I'm nothing. I'm chocobo dung. No, I'm maggots you find wriggling in chocobo dung. I have to lie to women to tumble 'em, and that don't happen much either. My member's tiny, it's pathetic. I don't need to hear it. It's not that kind of tavern, sir. I sure as hell didn't fight Leviathan, but I have seen him with my own eyes. 'Twas a fair few years back when I was working as a baker's hand. I was shirking my duties one day, loitering about the harbor, when I saw it. A great big massive sea serpent comes malms off the coast, with a fleet of galleons making straight for it, cannons firing. I was so bloody scared I soiled myself right there and then. Oh God, just remembered that day made me soil myself all over again. In that getup, please just see yourself out to deal with it. Wait, if you're here after Levi beat us, it means you're planning to fight him, ain't you? Well, take care. He really is terrible. Dreadful, I tell you. If you're not careful, you'll end up in his gullet or at the bottom of the sea. I'm gonna end up at the bottom of the sea if I don't deal with him either. Why, you worthless lying whoreson, I can't believe you made me handle chocobo dung. I mean, if you work with chocobos, you're gonna have to handle it eventually, man.
Bren, this is Minfilia. Were you able to learn aught of use against Leviathan? I beg your pardon? Leviabetus. I see. That is unfortunate.
Calling Leviathan Leviabetus in front of Minfilia has the same sort of energy as hearing a teacher ask what is Ligma.
At any rate, I have tidings for you. The twin vessel is now complete. We await you at the Moraby dry docks. Pray make your way here as soon as you are able.
Kind of justifies how unwilling they are to give a random stranger the location of Titan. I mean, they don't want other people getting tempered, that's for sure. There he is. To complete the twin vessel in so short a time and with such limited materials, the people of Naldik and Vermelis sure have won an admirer in me. Can I see it? No.
When first Master Elazar proposed the twin vessel, I must confess that I had my doubts. Only now that the War Leader is complete do I see the elegance of the solution.
Be nice if I could see it.
Would that we had armored ourselves with more knowledge beforehand. While it cannot be helped, I take comfort in the fact that you have faced worse odds in the past, and have ever prevailed. You will do so again, of that I have no doubt.
It's a good thing the Sahagins provided me with an alligator fish thing.
It would require no small amount of helmsmanship to tow the War Leader. I dare say delivering you safely to Leviathan will be a battle in and of itself.
In order to build the World Eater, we had to decommission 2 perfectly serviceable galleons. Suffice it to say, their captains weren't less pleased with the notion, but when I offered them the chance to keep their ships and face Leviathan in our stead, they magnanimously withdrew their complaints. You must all make sacrifices for the greater good, they said. Well, do you want to drown or not? Yes, no question. I'm told your jaunt to the Grey Fleet proved fruitless. My sympathies. I'll wager it served to take your mind off the events of recent days, though. But enough of that nonsense. The moment of truth is upon us. The twin vessel, the World Eater I call her, is complete, and she surpasses all my expectations. In addition to the prodigious tonnage, she has been fitted with a platform that you and yours might maneuver freely in battle. I would also mention that she is nigh unsinkable. They said that about the Titanic, too. But I'm not one to tempt fate. The World Eater and her crew stand ready, my friend. Just give the word, and we shall bear you to Leviathan. I actually recently learned that the Titanic was a whole... not just one ship, but there were previous ships ahead of it that they also called unsinkable. Guess what they all did? They sunk. the Titanic was just the most populated vessel and most newsworthy. But yeah, they sunk other ships from their incompetence, and nobody thought it was going to be a bad idea. Lord of the Whirl. I know that look. You are ready. Having been constructed in some haste, the Whirl Eater may not be pretty, but I assure you she's capable. Trust me, I've seen some hack jobs with welding before. It's all about if it holds. She's been fitted with what our friends at Naldeek and Vermelis are calling an elemental converter. Assuming the thing works, it will use the power of the corrupted crystals on board to rob Leviathan of its hold over the water. Depending on how the battle unfolds, you may well need to activate the device manually. Keep that in mind.
It is expected that the Sahagin and their thralls will attempt to come to Leviathan's defense. Accordingly, the Maelstrom will once again employ diversions. Thancred and Yustola, I would have you assist in this effort. If it is to fulfill the purpose, your diversionary force must not want for numbers. By your leave, I too would volunteer my blade.
We would welcome it. Having seen you fight in Sapsa, I dare say the fishbacks would find your presence highly diverting. Thancred and Yustola, if you would join the 3rd Levy, and Lady Ugiri the 5th. But what words have I for someone who has made a sport of slaying gods? Oh wait, no, that's right, it's the right person. I thought it was Minfilia for a second. Only these. Go warily, for the sea is unforgiving place to wage war. May the navigator guide you through the storm, warrior of light.
I would echo the Admiral's sentiments, and add a few words of my own. Know that we have the utmost faith in you. May the crystal bless and keep you.
I just hope she don't bless and release me. Whirl Eater Heart is now accessible. Okay, same thing as before. Okay, let's turn Thorn March off. And do Sahagin. And just give it a couple minutes. Hopefully not too long. What's the average wait time? 5 minutes, it says. The last one popped fairly quickly, and since I am a warrior, I'm not too concerned with it. Yeah. Yeah. The Gigantic and I forget the 3rd. Yeah, I don't remember the names. I thought it was full party. Thank you. This is giving me back when we harpooned Sin vibes. And he nearly dragged us under. Wait, the escort ship is bigger than the cargo ships. I thought it was gonna be teeny tiny. That's how it is with most cargo ships today. The one that's hauling them is actually small. This looks like a helicopter landing pad. This isn't no ship, sir. It's a floating platform that children play on, and you expect me to slay a god with it. Yeah, I don't remember the name of the ships, just that there was at least 2. Don't fall. The other one took point. We only have one. You trespass upon my domain, tainted ones. Okay, there you go. Everybody's coming here, so I will too. Whoa! Oh, he's trying to drag me in. Yeah, mind your footing. Okay, there's a tail. Tank stance on. I could leave it on if he's gonna stay over there. Yeah, these things can rock too. There really are platforms that people here like to put in the water to play on like this. But you can be capsized off of it, so you gotta learn balance. To you, a scary event. To me, childhood. Okay, there's something. Spoon? What's a spoon? The spoon. Everybody else is staying far away, like screw that. Okay. Mine is the power to cleanse all things. Naught can withstand something. Probably gotta stay close to this to protect him against attacks. You challenge me with trickery, fool! You mortal contrivances cannot quell my waves! Whoa! Okay, I guess my turn to take the tail. Is this potentially a Soken soundtrack? There we go. We need to keep this barge. It might come in handy. Is there? There's nobody left. Well, I guess I can't commend anybody if they leave before I get the chance to. But their players leaving too early is no excuse, according to Jokat. How do you expect to properly commend people? If you can't even tell them fast enough that their grammar is sexy. Forget exactly how I said it. Yeah, the Britannic was in 1916, hit a naval mine, oof, off the Imperial German Navy near the Greek island of Kea and sunk 55 minutes later. And the Britannic was the largest ship lost in the First World War. But yeah, unsinkable my ass, they all sank. Knowing the urgency of your business, I thought it best to refrain from making conversation during your past few visits, but today I will permit myself a few words. Ahem, I feel truly privileged to have had the honor of admitting a hero such as you. You're an inspiration to us all. And on that note, the Admiral awaits you in the command room. Wink.
We Lominsons are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you. Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally. On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks. 'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight.
I mean, wait until you see the giant dragon that's wrapped around a ship in your backyard now.
Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat, not unlike your own.
Yeah, the rogues we've met.
By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
I am heartened to hear this. I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Thancred was showing off.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Yestola! You jest, of course.
But for a chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
Minfilia, please!
Is this exposed Thancred Day?
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Lady Yugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Moderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not.
I have to question, like, everybody knows he has a crush, so it's all, let's just haze Thancred over it, I suppose.
Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in.
Oh, there goes my suggestion.
Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment, but if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
You wished a word in private.
better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'ashtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagins' reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
I'll not deny your reasoning. But when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
Yeah, you're right. They were here first. Both the Sahagin and the kobolds were here first.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course, then. But know that it will lead to no good end.
Unless you learn to live in harmony with each other, there's always going to be fighting.
Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
Or, you know, you can always do this other thing. Talk! Talk, they're sentient. Your needs may be different, but they're still people. There we go. Leviathan defeated, and I have been streaming for like 5 hours. And I'm getting very hungry and tired and need to start making dinner for people who are going to be coming home. I was able to go a little later today since I have the day off. I have the day off and other people work later tonight, so I had a little more time, but alas, this seems like a good wrapping up point, seeing as we defeated 2 primals. And we're at a good story beat to continue. So next time, I'm still going to be working on class stuff in my own time. I want to get through all the Realm Reborn classes when I can, especially since they're kind of becoming semi-relevant to the story. So I'll be doing those like I have been in my own time. But when I start, I might do temporary quests at the very beginning if they have them, and then go down into MSQ, because otherwise I'll be spending the rest of the day doing MSQ because I'm bad at time management, so it's best to do them first. But with that, this is probably where I'm going to call it. I know I haven't streamed MSQ in a while, but hey, we back, and we getting there. I'm not sure quite how much is left in this particular set of A Realm Reborn. I know we've pretty much just gotten started with it, but I don't know how many hours it's going to take to actually get through the entirety of A Realm Reborn. I know there's still a few quests to go before I reach it, but it shouldn't take too long, not more than a couple of streams anyway, especially if I do them in huge chunks like this, good grief. And I might not stream as much on the weekends anymore either. I might have to delegate to more weekdays like I'm currently doing, depending on the days off, especially as summer comes. Just to let people know, I can't stream as much in the summer. One, because I take up more work shifts, Two, because my studio gets really, really hot in the daytime. This house is a little bit older, and as a result, aircon don't move too much through this house. It can easily get like 100 degrees Fahrenheit in here if I'm not careful. So yeah, it gets really, really hot. Too hot both for my own safety and for my equipment. So if I do stream, it's probably going to be more during the day, maybe, especially in summer. When school is out and it's super hot, it's definitely going to be more early in the morning again. Just because it gets way too hot otherwise. Or I might stream later at night. I prefer not to later at night just because sometimes my neighbors can get a little bit crazy, which brings me into my third point, just letting you know. My environment around here gets really noisy during the summer, especially when the kids are out, so that just leaves less time for streaming, which is why I don't do it as much. But just letting people know that the schedule will be changing a little bit for time availability, so might do it more in the morning or super late at night. I prefer to do it in the morning though. Like I said, less crazy and nobody's home, so I'm less of a disturbance to anyone else either. But we'll do our best to get it done when we can. I'd say about 2/3 of the way? Okay, that's not too much to worry about then. Here's hoping I can get it wrapped up by July then, at my current pace. Because I want to finish Around Reborn, then I'm going to probably take a small break for the graphics patch to kick in, because I want the patch to be at the very beginning of Heaven's Word to make it just nice, clean, and even. And have it go from there. I feel like that would be a good transition. So for now, I am going to go make dinner. So thank you so much to everyone who has joined. I know it's taken me a really long time to get through this, but we're doing it. And I hope to see you all in future streams. Bye-bye!